Okay, and welcome Twitch. We're doing the usual start stream check to make sure the stream is up and running correctly before we start the recording for the day. It should be fairly obvious what we're playing today. We're playing Factorio Pyanodons Mod. So I do have feedback. The stream is up and running. So let me go ahead and start the recording and we'll get to playing the game. And welcome back. We're picking up where we left off last time in Pyanodons. It's day 18. I think during day 17 I was saying it's day 16. Got my duplicated day 16, let's say, in the thought process there. So it's day 18 if you're watching the highlights. We're going to be working on trying to get our flowers properly going, and then I need to get the process of turning studs, cotton gut studs, into cotton guts, because my cotton gut setup should work if I have cotton guts to feed into the system. I suppose actually it needs studs. It needs studs. It needs a couple pups to start out, but it mainly needs studs. And then you convert studs into cotton guts. And, oh, actually, you convert the cotton guts into cotton gut pups. So yeah, that'll work once I've got some cotton guts. Apparently I need a bunch of studs as well. So that's going to be what we're working on here today. At the beginning of the stream, additionally, I think we're going to try to build up a little bit more power. So that's what you can be expecting in the upcoming highlights if you're watching on the YouTube highlights. If you're watching on Twitch or the Unedited stream, we're just going to be playing that out. That's what we're going to be working on here at the beginning of the stream. I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try exporting the stream from Twitch to YouTube for the Unedited ones, just to see if that can shorten how much upload time I have. Get Twitch handling the shipment from Twitch to YouTube instead of having to upload the local version. We'll see how all that works. So yeah, the Future Enemy has done the job. At this point, it's just people watching the unedited version or Twitch, or, well, at this point I should have done the edit, so the 5X version will be hearing me in Muppet noise, but we're moving. So you're making flowers. I need the flowers to make you go faster. You're close enough to done that I want to camp out here until you're done, so I can pick that up. I suppose in the short term, instead of having them all converted to seeds, let's go ahead and put a couple chests here to grab them. In the long run, we're going to want them mostly converted to seeds, so they can fill the system up. But to prime the system, get the system actually moving, I need them not being seeds. That's where we're at. So we got the 8 seeds in there making flowers, and it's got 8 more seeds, and we'll immediately start up the next batch. But all the more reason not to necessarily have it try to make seeds out of those right away. And there's no flowers in the seed maker. No. Getting growth going when there's basically nothing in it is very slow. And then I need to get this set up running as well. I can probably nick a bit of treated wood and raw fiber and some sodium hydroxide to get the system started. But I basically need to build a little bit of all these. This is obviously overkill. I don't need 103 things making pups into guts, or pups into studs. Almost done. There we go. There we go. So now it should be making a lot better time. A lot better time. Okay, in the meantime, let's go grab the stuff we need to start converting our pup into a stud. Well, actually, we've got a stud. Let's go get the stuff we need to get a stud making pups. Mostly makes stud pups, not very many pups. Again, I think I probably should scale this down. Let's remove that step. So delete you. Okay. Oop. RepTip998 saying, hey, it's Pyanodon time finally. Good news, I reached logistics science in my fire run. Well, I hope you enjoy us getting the final steps to this 5-1 going. I realized at the end of the last stream that I need to get my... I made a cotton gut stud, and I need to somehow make that cotton gut stud make some cotton guts so that I can feed my cotton gut setup, which once set up will basically work without consuming or producing any studs, but I need to make this small thing in the start here. So we need a pulp mill, solid separator, a burner assembler, which I have in the inventory, and let's say 3 lamps for the moment. RepTip998 is saying, I'm currently doing Mark II Varric build so I can get more rubber. This is bottlenecking my logistics science. Interesting. You must be building bigger than I am. It's going to be bottlenecking mine, but that's because I have to ship it over from a perfectly balanced setup already. So I'm going to be actually dropping my other setup to make the logistics science running. That's all the iron I need. Well, I'll need a little bit more because I'll need it for the small parts, but we'll come back for that. Okay, we need some aluminum and some copper. Steel. Aluminium. Okay, so the only thing I'm fundamentally missing is glass to get these 3 built. I probably need a little more iron as well. Okay, yeah, I'm iron short. Some iron. 1, and... oh, I didn't grab enough copper, so I'll go back and grab more copper. I'll grab more intermetallics as well. Or, not copper, glass. Okay, not the glass. I just need to go grab the intermetallics. Oh, I suppose while I'm running, I can grab solid separator in the pulp mill. I probably ran past the pulp mill already. There's the pulp mill. Got my 1 pulp mill. There's the solid separators. No, that's a dark crusher, so that's solid separator. And here's the solid separators. Yep, let's check up on how the flower production's going. Okay, we got 10 flowers. I need more seeds. So 5 of these are going to go make seeds. It's 8 each. Get those started. And I made 8 seeds. Okay. If you've got enough grabbing, should be able to grab it the first one. If it isn't, I'll have to grab it out of the second one and shove it in the first one to get it going. Yeah, it's not going fast enough. Okay. Grab it out of the first one and shove it back in the second one. Or grab it out of the second one, put it in the first one. At that point, we can feed that in to you. All 10 of those, that'll get the first 2 going. The second one will be a bit slow. Reptid998 saying, waiting for the RNG of getting my first Mark II Varrock. Well, that sounds good. Sounds like it'll make things much faster. Oh, I need to grab my antibiotics. I'm being distracted. Only need 8 for the thing I'm trying to build right now. Well, I feel like intermetallics at this point has become the new simple circuit boards from early Pi Pack 1. Reptid988 saying should take about 200 minutes to get the 2 I need to bootstrap it. Oof. Yeah, it sounds like you just need to make it faster. Gotta do more. Which I haven't looked at the recipe, so that's probably horrendous, but when I hear hundreds of minutes, it's like, yeah, no, that needs to be parallelized. I need more of it. More in parallel need to be running. Okay, so your moondrops plus wood. Wood's easy to feed into you, plus the food. So the thing with this is we got 2 steps that eat food. The studs want basic cotton gut food. Basic cotton gut food is seeds, seaweed, starch. Oh, and some fish eggs. This is a interesting combo. Are you running? You are running. Why do I not see overflow yet? Because I haven't hit overflow state. Okay. Is the logic on this backwards? I might have the logic on this backwards. Yeah, because this made sense when we were consuming seeds to make methane, but now I want excess drops to go off a particular direction. Okay. It's kind of working. We'll check back up on that. We're up to 998, so if I wanted any more, I'd have to build a second 600 moss farm or 60 moss farm away, consuming another full belt of stone. Okay, let's scroll up. Because I was missing some stuff in that conversation there when I looked away. 1.66 cocoons per second. That means 6 reproductive complexes to make these cocoons. I don't really want to build dramatically more reproductive complexes. This build already uses most of my moss from 60 moss farms. So if I wanted any more, I'd have to build a second 60 moss farm array, consuming another full belt of stone. Well, I feel that pain. And then Perrywind, for their first comment on the channel, saying, "How's your power? Muhaha, in Pi, power is always a problem." I am not having power problems at the moment, surprisingly. I in theory have a grid that can provide up to 700 megawatts, and we're currently using like 300, 400. And I know we can get the full 473 out of the high-pressure steam turbine, so I'm not having power problems, surprisingly. Maybe that's because I'm not using big chunks of the base, because we're backed up on severe demand for iron, but it is what it is. Okay, so that's going to get me more seeds. That should prime the first two here. Oh, I don't technically need this third one. Third one here, which makes cotton guts, is these ones up here. I don't actually need that one. Okay. So you... Oh, got it. You take in a stud, you spit out a stud. You only take in stud pups. Okay. And I have a cotton gut stud, so we put you in there, which just highlights a problem I've realized that I have, which is apparently I need 3 studs to get this started. Okay. Let me see. Chat's been rolling by while I've been thinking. So I wanted to... If I wanted any more, I'd have to build, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So build more, hee hee. What science are you on? According to the stream title, they're working on Logi Science, but don't have it yet. Yeah, we're working on Logi Science. Some streamers say soon, as they just finished Sci-Pack 1. Whether they just finished Sci-Pack 1 or just about to build Logi Science, that's still technically the same science. Yeah, we are completely done with every tech that uses Sci-Pack 1 and automation science. I think we're now on Logipack science going forward. That's all we got coming up. Up to 998 says, the part I hate about Cotton Gut Studs was the damn finish eggs. Because of the 30-minute spoil timer. Oh yeah, if you're running spoil, that'd be horrid. Parry when true, but depending on the scale of your factory, that's 20 to 150 hour difference. I have to hand deliver a single stack of 100 fish eggs every so often. Yeah. Okay, so I gotta go get 2 more studs. Tech-wise, this is where we're in the tech, right? So we've done everything before Logi Science. I now need Logi Science to do any new tech. We've got everything set up except for the animals, so I gotta get the animals set up. And then we will have Logi Science, which is why it's Logi Science soon in the title, question mark, because we may get it this stream. Maybe. So many maybes in there. Okay, so both of those need food. You need wood, you need seaweed. Fish. I can go grab fish eggs from somewhere else. Although in practice I might need to just build a new fish egg maker. Might be the easier way to do it. Perry Wind is asking, can you zoom out so I can judge the scale you're aiming for? I can do even one better than that. I can literally show you the scale we're aiming for. That's what we're aiming for. Maybe a quarter of an item per second. When we were doing the previous science, we were doing half an item per second. So if I've tried to do more than a quarter item scale, I'm gonna go scale up the previous one to do that, which I'm not gonna do until we've got something made. And then this is the scale of my base. My base is big. It's got a really long bus. That's, other than some of the other bits, that's the big component. And then this is the Logi Science as it currently stands. With most of the space actually being animal life science-based stuff. Okay, so I did a cycle. Once again, half of these in here. Get a little bit more speed. Up to 998 saying the bus is my favorite part. Perry Wind is, you haven't shifted to trains yet? Bold, are you doing a belt-only build? I haven't shifted to trains yet, that is true. I'm planning on trying to redesign a whole bunch of it when I get to logistic spots. So it's not planning to be a belt or bus-only build, but I'm trying to get the logistics belt for it, or logistics spots first. So I'm gonna have a logistics mall, which is in the next science, I think. Logistics robots. Is that you? I think that's you. Logistic Phibot, Mark 1. Yeah, so that's what we gotta get to before I can do logistics bots. Which is still a decent way away, although that's maybe not as far as I was thinking. I think it was a little bit farther off. It's telling us we're like 8 techs off from for bots. And then at which point I'm planning on trying to transition to a train-fed bot mall. But we'll see how well that transition goes. We'll see if we can get there before the end of the month. Perry Wynn is saying, that may answer your questions as I'm typing it out. Train-fed bot mill for the win. Are you going to run any train management mod? So I think I've got... I forget what it's called. It's Cybersyn? I think it's Cybersyn. Not sure how well I'm going to use it. I guess I haven't used Cybersyn before, but we have Cybersyn installed as a mod. Cybersyn Train Network. Reptid998 saying 115 rolls so far, and the 0.5% Mark II Varix still nothing. Yeah. Oh, and the pulp mill is what feeds the next box. Okay. Where's my pulp mill? There's my pulp mill. Oh, I need 2 of these, because I need also for the powder and raise the seeds. Okay. Actually, don't need that box there, because that's not how we're going to make that work. Steam in, junk out for the moment. Okay. I don't have to get both of these started, or do I want to go shove these in to make more seeds? Good question. I have to get both of them started. Okay. So let's split the difference. Let's do 5 more. Oh, no, let's do the whole time. I'll only give it 2 rounds without any micro. And a question going through the chat is, how was your luck with Arcwood Queens? In asking Reptid 998. Reptid's saying, I only just got into Logi Science before fixing bottlenecks first before I play with the new stuff. So he has yet to play with the Queens, presumably was the answer there. Steel and lead. For some storage tanks, we'll grab you. Grab you. Perry Wynn, that is a good idea. I am near the end of Logi Science and spending 80% of my time fixing bottlenecks. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely definitely something to do. Is at least get like once you get something going, is to start fixing the bottlenecks afterwards. My experience, like that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get some Logi Science going so I can then focus on fixing the bottlenecks associated with it. And Prairie Wind is saying, by the way, for reference, they're on 21 gigawatts, and we're running 200 megawatts here, so they're about 100 times more power consuming than I am. He's saying, don't forget my power. Not planning on it. In fact, the next thing I'm planning on doing is converting more of my coal over to, or more of our coal production over to coal steam. Or, coal power plants? Coal power plants. Ah, of course. Can I get away with, like, there? No. There would work. You know, there will work. Do have a pump on me. I do make pumps somewhere else in the base. I'm not going to take the time to find them. Just going to grab the stuff for a pump off the supply belt. Like something's not working with my iron. Maybe the stone's backed up again. Although the stone doesn't look backed up, so that's not it. Hot air. Got a problem with my hot air setup. I'm not getting enough syngas. Okay. Not enough coke with my gas. I'll have to go check what's the problem. Probably coke backing up. So Prairie Wind is saying, is this hard mode or do you get to avoid things? I do get to avoid things. And we're not playing on hard mode. We're playing on default mode here. I'm barreling it up because I might want it later, and a little bit is not going to hurt, having piled up in a tank. Raw fiber, treated wood, sodium hydroxide. Okay. Your surplus seeds when I have them. Your more seeds, okay. And seaweed. And then Repton998 saying they're playing with spoilage but no hard mode. Okay, so now they'll give us 3 of those going. Because of how the thing's betting, I'm just like, nah, I can't get it. Okay, we'll have it stop trying. Okay, so that's now going fast enough that I can kind of leave it alone and we'll still slowly collect flowers with which to get it running faster and faster and faster. Prairie Wind is saying, spoilage is hard enough, hee hee, yeah. To be fair, I wasn't, when I was doing the install for the mod, I was aware of spoilage, or was aware of hard mode, but not spoilage. So if people really wanted to try, they probably could have convinced me to do, hard mode, but, spoilage was definitely not in the cards, because I hadn't even heard of it at the time. Oh, and you need steam as well. Repton998 saying you should enable spoilage in an existing run and then have a long stream of fixing everything that breaks because of it. Yeah, it would break so much, I suspect. Mostly that my spaghetti is not built to get rid of the spoil products, I suspect, would be the big thing it would break. So unless it spoils to nothing, that would be a problem in a whole bunch of places. Agar, cellulose, and incubation as I go running to rad the seaweed that I normally feed into an agar process, yeah. Took the wrong turn. I'm taking the long path to where I'm trying to go. Sodium hydroxide on me. I'm gonna have to go make three more studs of. 2 more studs. Probably gonna be 2. I probably don't need 3. But I've got stuff in my inventory I definitely don't need on me. Where in here needed the basics? You need the basic. You have all the brains you need, so I should probably put the brains someplace else. You need parts. Now that I have surplus parts anywhere in the base. Is there any other stuff I can get rid of my inventory here productively? Need to get more plasmids as is. Need 6 of those. Is it 6? Yeah, because I need 3 per CDNA. Prairie Wind isn't moss and seaweed up there. Reptid 998 says moss and seaweed don't spoil. Yeah, moss and seaweed I don't think spoil. And even in the spoilage mod, although they feed into a bunch of recipes that do spoil. Well, this meat would definitely spoil. I think you were making sodium hydroxide? Yeah. Reptid's corrected me. The only thing made directly from moss that spoils is tree saplings. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't run with spoilage on, so that makes sense. That I'm good at making things up as far as spoilage is concerned. I could imagine that stuff from moss would spoil, but apparently it's only the tree saplings. And manure. Agar is the big seaweed thing that spoils, and the incubated petri dishes later on do as well, yeah. Okay, another 24, and we'll have all the flowers going. And then Prairie Wind, TBH, I build most of those on site for each build. Yeah, yeah. To be fair, for most of my builds, I have those on site as well. However, I don't have anything set up to handle spoilage. If my system backed up, the stuff spoiled, I have a bunch of spoiled products on the belt, wrecking things. And the Prairie Wind saying, but still, the thought of adding spoilage makes me shiver in fear, yeah. Okay, so I need to make I need to make 2 more of these guys. Which means I need to make 12 of those. Means I need a bunch more bio containers, I need a bunch more steel. I'll just put a bunch of steel in there, okay. I need 12 of these. So let's limit this by not giving them all the chests. I have 12 chests. I need to grab more automation signs for you. And I'm going to grab all the bits to make those out. Need 5 more retroviruses. I can go grab most of that stuff, I think. Then have patience. Steel, petri dishes, laboratory equipment, glassware, okay. Oh, I should follow up on that syngas problem, or the coke gas oven problem first. Yep, it's the coke backed up, all right. Yeah, let's pass a little bit of time. Repton998 saying the incubated petri dishes are probably the easiest to handle because despite the 45-second spoilage timer, they just de-incubate themselves, so you loop them back into the incubation again. Incubate them right next to what you need to spoil the machine. Yes, they can spoil the machine, so filter inserters galore. And trash inserters to unload them if they spoil it as well, yeah. Five of these, so I need a little bit of glassware, a little bit of laboratory instruments, some petri dishes, some steel plate. Ah yes, with the syngas flowing, I can see the iron flowing again, that's good. Not the syngas, called coke oven gas. Not quite the same thing in practice. One of you, Grab one of you. I'm not sure if I need you or I need the incubated version. I'll grab both. We're up to 998 for their run where they're running spoilage. They say cellulose and agar are worse because you get biocrud when they spoil, so you have to export that somewhere to be used. It's like, did you use circuitry to limit your production of agar and cellulose, or did you direct insert? Well, I'd imagine if they spoil in the machine, you have to do probably some degree of circuitry, or at least some degree of handle the byproduct if you're not using it. And Reptib98 is responding, I use circuitry, so when the train stops is nearly full of the thing that I use them, I stop the agar cellulose machines. Even though I use direct insertion, they can still spoil in the machine, so I still need circuitry control to avoid the spoilage, yeah. Okay, I think I needed 5 of these, so I'm actually going to make 6 just to be 1 over, because I know I can work with that if that's the case. Waiting for some hot air. Which is waiting on coke oven gas. Now watch, I'm gonna run over there and find out that I'm backed up the coke oven gas again. Coke's backed up. Yep. Okay, so you're out of steel. So throw more steel in you. Okay, I need a little bit more laboratory equipment. Yeah, I need 4 more laboratory equipment and the biosamples to come out of the first one, which is what steel is. And then there'll be enough cDNA to get the cDNA component done. And I need the generic earth samples, the mouse DNA, and codexes. 4 of the 12 we need. Titanium is easy to get. And part of the reason I believe the Oak is backed up is I'm not using enough syngas, so I can just grab some titanium off the belt and then I'll actually make that system work a little better. Arguably go reuse more steel. Okay. We're up to 998 said, oh damn, my moss farm actually ran out of stone. Well, that just means you can make stone other ways to feed it harder. Is always my experience. I always have too much stone. That might just be how I use stone, to be fair. There we go. Now it need just run. Okay. That should be more than enough seed production. We're up to 998 saying, in response to them running out of stone, it's time to set up mining on another stone patch, I guess. That's one option, or you do more iron mining or more copper mining, or anything that makes stone as a byproduct is another way to go about doing it. I am here for steel. How is the best way to get steel off the bus? Barry Wig saying, check your metal production. Any metal produces a lot of stone. Yeah, as I was bringing up, right, a lot of the metals produce a bunch of stone as a byproduct. If you're doing the better mining on them, they produce stone often. Interrupted 998 saying, oh nice, my first Varrock Mark II just popped out. I have every metal using the best possible pre-logi chain to maximize stone. Well, depending on what you consider the best chain, that's not necessarily the best for stone, I suppose, but that's probably all the better. I think, like on iron mining, I think the stone byproduct peaks with the second one. First doesn't have any stone byproduct. The second, it's like 1-to-1 with product. 1-to-1 with late product. Then the third is like 4 or 5-to-1. So you get more plate out per stone. Yeah, Reptinite is okay. True, iron casting reduces stone yield per iron plate. Yeah. I think it's still the same stone yield per iron ore process or processed iron ore. Just the iron ore goes faster or goes better. Next up, I should find the materials I need to make 2 of these codexes. The right codex. That codex. Glass, tin cable, simple circuit boards, and lamps. But yeah, I suppose even directly mining stone is a good way to get kerogen. You can process that by shell processing into various useful fluids. Okay, so I should have everything given enough time to make the extra cotton gut studs I need to get the reading going. Oh, I need to get more automation science. Okay, here's the automation sciences. Oh, and that's going to require 200 just itself to make the 2 mouse DNA samples. And that means more codexes. Okay, so I need to queue up another codex. In fact, I need another codex. Let's see if that's enough. Oh, did you need enough for that another codex? So I need more of these. And some glass. Trying to remember where my glass line runs through. I know I have one. Runs through around here. There it is. Hurry when saying, we'll call something to think about before you get too far into it. Choose what mark level trains you want to go with and build all train stops based on the end goal. I'm still finding stations set for Mark 01 trains and not Mark 0.2 trains. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Well, that's definitely one way to think about it. At the moment, I'm thinking of probably trying to keep them pretty simple. Start here, go there. So as long as they're not in the Cybersyn train managing system, then I don't need to worry as much about that. But yeah, it is something that will come up eventually. Not the rubber codexes. 2 codexes in there. Need more lead. Okay. And you're referring to volume per train and 1 regular train car or 2 mini train cars. Yeah, definitely lots of different ways to think about handling that. When you make 4 more laboratory equipment. Okay, have the stuff on me for that. It's not too bad. Oh, so go ahead making the equipment chassis. Okay. Okay, you're at the point where we need more glass. Probably more steel, but we can deal with both of those by running back up to the bus. And we've run out of hydrogen for some reason. Okay. I have a suspicion why. Probably just means something's wrong with the casting system. Because all the oxygen being used as the byproduct is... well, actually, the hydrogen I'm using is the byproduct of the oxygen production for the casting system. So if the casting system isn't pulling oxygen, then... Well, I suppose the melting system isn't pulling oxygen, then we don't have it working right. Yeah, so you're running, so I should be getting some hydrogen. I'm just apparently not getting enough. Although it's because the oxygen is backed up. Yeah, it's the oxygen being the issue. And the molten iron is full, so it's not a molten iron problem, it's a casting problem. Oops, no. Not on that belt. I don't know what that belt is, but I'm gonna guess... Oh, ash belt, yeah. Don't run coke on the ash belt. Sounds like a good way to get in trouble. Am I gonna reach far enough? Of course not. Oh, and that's definitely not gonna work because I'm trying to run an underground under my underground. Okay, so that's only going to be a temporary solution because it just doubled the belt throughput. I either need to use more acetylene or I need to use more stuff that uses the other coke consuming stuff. Comes up here to make lime, which is backed up because I'm not using enough concrete. So it wraps its way around. What am I using instead of coal to power the concrete setup? I am. Oh no, that's carriage. Never mind. I'm using it as a steel maker up here, which is getting enough. so it doesn't need any more. And it's up here for the CO2, which isn't... And the ceramics. I think it's what, more... It's up there for more fuel, okay. Graphite rods, yeah. I suppose I do need more steel production, so I could always boost steel production to consume more coke. Okay, so that step is done. We swap over to mouse DNA. I didn't go ahead and grab the glass. Whoops. Okay, get all the cDNA done. And then we'll just need the biosamples for the cotton gut. Yeah. Okay. And your glass. I need to go fetch more glass. Okay, so got to make 2 batches of those. That's at least a... Actually, 300 seconds. So that's 5 more minutes waiting for that. Biosamples coming in. Run out of titanium first. Let's go run some titanium up over here. it says move the problem to steel. Okay. Although, that hasn't really moved the problem to steel, then I'm just trying to overproduce at this point. Okay. Prairie Wind is saying, do you know what would be amazing? Some Dungeon Crawler Carl. But as that is copyrighted, an amazing book, please support the writer. Not going to happen, but M, it would be amazing addition to the stream. Dungeon Crawler Carl. I've read that. And I've watched the, read the webcomic associated with that as well. But yeah, I don't know how that would apply to a stream, per se. I'm not going to run the audiobook, obviously. I think there's an audiobook version of it. Don't think there's a game of it yet. Okay, so there's one cotton gut stud going. Ah, I need to get 3 more cDNA for the second one. So I do need more biosamples. That's 1. Okay, probably have enough of the casing, so I don't need to go running for the steel. Barry Wynn saying, just in the background audiobook, in my opinion, the audiobook is better than written. Okay. Well, if you have access to the audiobook, you could listen to both things at the same time. But yes, I cannot stream the audiobook for you. Okay. So now we're waiting on that line. That progress bar. Okay. Decided to change chairs. I swapped chairs while we're waiting for this to go. So I can start thinking about what I'm going to do next. not doing the math here for actually making copper ore this way. I'm starting to try to debate what sort of ratio do I want to run for soot and ash sorting. So 0.2, say that is going to consume soot. 2 different ways we can get soot, apparently. I'm assuming from ash separation here. Ash separation, so it's 10 to 1. There we go. So, theory would be wanting to produce 99.7 ash. Because the problem I'm running into here is I can't... I don't want to map this. Let's up like traditional for the moment. Can I copy and paste you? Edit fuel, some coal, coal dust, and crushed coal. It's not making sense. That's confusing. It's circular, so it shouldn't really care how much of that's going in or out. But okay, so we're going to restrict those. Fair enough. So that makes the ash that goes into that. Oh, because I'm not actually requesting enough steam on that. That's what's going on. Okay. Stiffer Cat's been saying, I've been meaning to check out the audiobook, but all the books were easily accessible at the library. And then Perry Winter's responding to him with saying, the library system is a great way to listen if you're in Canada. If you have a library card there's an app that allows you to borrow an audiobook. It's great. I bring up Dungeon Crawler Carl because I have a hankering for it to re-listen to it. Yeah, so it depends upon where you are and which library systems you have access to. As you bring up Canada, if you have a library card, I think you probably get access to it both Washington and some of the California systems do as well. Will give you access to it as well. So it depends upon what library system you have access to. Okay, there we go. So we got a shortage of... Oh, no, that's a byproduct. It's overproducing ash to make that work. Okay. Which is actually the opposite I want. I want to rather it underproduce ash. Suppose I could actually remove you. Which means I can remove that step and remove the ratio. There we go. So that would give us an idea, if I wanted to run a major coal power plant, how I would make the ash and the soot. And then... Okay, so it makes about 414 fluid a second pressurized steam. That's about 7 turbines. Brewery saying, if I may recommend, build based on belt throughput per ash. You'll go from overproducing to underproducing at the end of Logi Science. So if you're averaging 45 ash, then building for 55 ash. And then as demolishes needed, especially if you shift to trains, ash will spike the trains and power reduction at the start. Well, this is more to move away from my current setup. So I'm already doing the processing based off of belts. There we go, so I guess more cutting guts. Couple minutes, that'll be ready. Yeah, this would be about 75 would be 5 belts. This is about 6 belts of raw coal going in. We'll be making about 7 belts of... Well, on my current setup, what would be 7 belts of it, so it's pretty useful. But this is my sort of weird back-ended way to sort of think about power. I'm trying to think, oh, if I'm going to build a power plant, oh, I want the power plant to be maybe fully saturating 1 solid separator worth of soot production, and then I want to do, okay, well, that's how many ash separators, that's 10. Okay, well, then how many coal power plants can I run on, or stuff ash into that, and so on and so forth. It's not actually meaning to make ash, or... In fact, the intent is for it to be ash neutral. So the rest of the base makes and consumes ash as needed. It doesn't care as much about the power plant. Gary Wood saying, for reference, I have technology for Mark II power, but I can't build it yet. I'm building, producing 580 ash with just power. No, I have 10 gigawatts consuming ash with lumber at a rate of 457 ash, yeah. Slowly working out the problems with ash of the past. Here we go. Okay. That should handle the auto sorting there for a bit. I think I should move this batch. Actually, you know what? Well, I've got the inventory empty. We'll go ahead and move this one as well. Okay, so given enough time, that ash sorting facility should be able to handle processing the rest of that ash. I'm trying to accelerate the rate which it's doing because it was all left on the... Most of it was all left on one belt, which was bottlenecking how much it could process. And it was all bottlenecked on the last belt, which was the one which was handling the processing coming in from the coal power plant as well. Oh, it's not running because I'm not making enough hydrogen, because I haven't fixed the coke problem. Okay. I got an idea for how I can fix the coke problem, but... I can make use of one of the old boiler stacks and push the overflow coke into the boiler stack. So as long as I then have demand for the steam, we'll have some product for the, some consumption on the coke. Okay. I'd like you to prioritize going down the belts to that usage. This is sort of like the overflow. Okay, so I can continually eat a half a belt of coke. Actually, probably won't eat a half a belt of coke, because coke's a little more energy dense. That was a half a belt of raw coal it used to consume. So yeah, I won't even eat a half a belt, but it'll eat some, which is more than was being consumed previously, apparently. That's got that running. Even got these running. These make hydrogen. Okay. Wait. Okay, something is definitely wrong. If I've got hydrogen that could overflow, yet I don't have enough hydrogen. Where do they be a hole in my network? I'm probably like missing a load-bearing power pole somewhere. Broke the pipe, running a different pipe or something. Something's zero. Hydrogen. Okay. How that happened? How it worked? Because I don't know how that worked if that was what was broken. Because it worked for a while, then it didn't. I somehow got enough hydrogen into the system before breaking it. Yeah, now we have all the hydrogen we want. Okay, grab a couple of seeds. First time chat, all one is saying sneaky pipe eaters. Yeah, yeah. And then Tag Guy 606 saying seaweed turd confused me, but I tested it and I understand it now. Okay. Almost made enough food. I'll go grab some fish eggs before we come back. It's in module effect, so I thought it would be a module, but no, the building itself is faster. Okay. Furry Wind saying, I regret not picking the seaweed calcium carboxylation. The extra chlorine would have been nice. There's a way to get more chlorine. That makes sense. And if you're watching the highlights, we just made our first basic cotton gut food in the attempt to try to get some cotton guts spooled up. So we've got our first batch of cotton gut stud pups being made. So 2 will become, well, 2 cotton gut studs are going to become 1.5 cotton gut studs on average. Half a cotton gut pup, and 80% chance of 3 to 4 cotton gut stud pups. Hopefully, on those percentile chances, I don't roll a whammy and miss all of them. Missing all of them would be bad. Missing all of them would be very bad. And the Prairie Wind saying, I am off. Good luck. Good night. Well, I hope you have a good luck and good night yourself. And then TagGuy606 saying, thanks, bye. Chlorine had me thinking it was nearly useless. Yeah, some of these chemicals are like, oh, it's useless. Why would I ever want this? And then you get to a later recipe and it's like, OMG, I need how much? There's definitely recipes like that. Genghis Carnage is saying that is just like, oh my god, how do I get rid of all this ash to, oh my god, I need to make so much more ash. Yeah. And then TagGuy606 saying, heard cutting gut upgrades weren't good, but you need to double the creatures each science level. Yeah. Animal production rising, yeah. So thinking about it, what do I want to research first? I do kind of want to work towards those bots. Also a lot of potentially useful techs in here, like cast steel, elevated rail. Yeah, I think I still go for those Logi bots. So we go for Logi. That is you. Drill heads, because we need that for the niobium. Organic solvent, coal processing. Filtration. Nichrome, nitrogen. And then that's all I gotta research just to be on the cusp of logistic robots into the logistics system, into logistics warehousing is probably the way we want to go. Although logistic warehousing we're gonna hold off on because that's the next science. Make do at least level chests in the meantime. TagGuy606 says, got any chromium mining going yet? No, very much no. To be fair, that's probably overambitious, running straight to 2 logistic spots, but it's an idea path. Okay, well, we're trying to get this started up. Let's see if I can start building out another batch of coal power plants. Okay, so for that, I'm going to need a high-pressure steam turbine, which needs 3 batches of gearbox. Titanium plate, duraluminum, steel, and shafts. So I need to make... How many shafts each? Is it 1 or 2? 2 shafts each, so I need to make 6 shafts. Okay, 6 shafts under construction. Heard cutting upgrades weren't good. Okay. Let's see. So after chromium, got on chromium mining. I didn't until I knew what I did. So yeah, not before bots, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, do a little bit of steel. Okay, leave that alone while we're waiting for the shafts to make. Let's see if we got lucky with our pull here. In theory, if I got lucky, I could have the 2 studs that I need to make more studs with. I could have the stud pup. I don't know, if I got lucky, I could have the 2 studs, I could have the pup and the stud pups. If I'm incredibly unlucky, I'd have none of them, which is the concern. Okay, so I got... Well, you're guaranteed to get the stud back, so we got a stud back. We got 4 stud pups back. Okay. Okay, so this will turn my 4 stud pups into studs. So we're going to go from 2 studs to 6 studs. But then I will have to gamble them again. That's finally starting to work. So the overflow is overflowing. Good to see. Okay, 1 gearbox. I need 3. The brakes, the brakes, the shaft, the utility box. Everything in there can be made by hand from its constituent parts, except for the gear brakes. Because apparently we do not touch with our hands the fish oil. You know, in the meantime, I should probably put the studs in here to make the follow-up studs faster. Because if I have this thing full of studs, this makes a stud every 50 seconds. Tag666 saying, Chromium's good for medium poles, but it's not required on Logic Box, it would seem. Yeah, I think, medium poles. Yeah. I suppose I could check to see what I've got research-wise that actually uses chromium, besides the poles. I have... Oh, it's used in 2 recipes at this point. Long-handled inserters and medium electric poles. I just noticed it makes aromatics into a much better fuel diesel. Yeah, I could see that. Of course, aromatics is also... the main thing I'm making aromatics for, I think, is actually mining. One of the mining things requires aromatics. Naphtha plus chromium plus steam equals syngas. Chromium plus refined natural gas equals refined syngas. And there's chromium, aromatics, hydrogen becomes diesel. Yeah, let's see what you're talking about. Proton donor, proton receiver. Vanadium pentaoxide. I've worked with vanadium pentaoxide before. Molybdenum plate. And I mean in real life when I say I've worked with vanadium. I haven't worked with it in game. I obviously haven't unlocked it yet, but... Nichrome. Okay, yeah, so chromium plus nickel plus oxygen, that's going to be required for our bots, I believe. One of the things it was used in. It's also used in the even better long-handled inserter recipe. Chemicals! Tag 606, yeah. Water is a chemical too. Yep. Yep. Okay. One more stud. It's just that little bit faster. Okay, then I need to collect all the stuff for that. So a little bit of this. Oh, you're out of nickel. Nickel is backed up for what reason? Probably stone. Probably have too much stone. Let's be fair what the problem is. Yep, it's stone. Who would have guessed? So much steel. Okay, so now I just need the steel. Get one high pressure steam turbine being assembled. And then that would be supported by one heat exchanger. Which requires a mechanical part. So much more means we're back on that gearbox stint. One gearbox, one shaft. Okay, so I need Have to build 3 shafts. It's mostly lead. Maybe build an extra one, that'll be fine. And then I'm iron and steel short. Okay. Get back to microing the expansion of our cotton guts while we're waiting for our handcraft here to work. Okay, for you to continue, you need more basic cotton gut food. More basic cotton gut food is being held up by the lack of seeds, which are in my inventory because I forgot to put them in the building. Okay. I need more those seeds, tree seeds. Well, it means that you need more wood. Okay, let me go grab a wood processing unit. Lily just picked those up off the bus. Plop it down and just feed it logs from chopping the forest down. There we go. As many trees as I could ever want at this location. Okay. This will give me 6 studs. We'll have to use 2 of those 6 to gamble on getting either more cutting guts or more studs. Well, on a mix of the 2. I suppose if I've only got 6, that means I didn't quite min roll, but I got pretty close. I got the guaranteed stud. I didn't get the percentile stud. I didn't get the percentile conning gut pup. And then on the 3 to 8 for the 80%, I got the 4. So yeah, could have been worse, but it couldn't have been much worse. Yeah, I'm basically waiting for 2 different types of progress bars. I'm waiting for the conning gut stud here to be made. I'm waiting for my high pressure steam turbine to be made. So I'm not doing anything particularly active at the moment. And that one's done. So take you out. Take you out. There we go. So once again, we're rolling the gamble. We're going to be a little bit fast on the gamble here because we got 4 instead of 1. So it's like... Previous speed was like 2/5 of the current speed. But still pretty high likelihood of failure. Yeah, I suppose the question is, what do I do based on the gamble result here? Do I split and do both? Or do I focus on taking the gamble again? I think we min-rolled. Oh, we didn't min-roll. We got the 50% chance of getting the stud back. So, we got guaranteed 1 stud, you got a 50% chance of getting a 2nd stud. And that's what I rolled. So we got no pups at all. 0 pups. Just ate my food, ate my eggs, ate my seaweed, and spat out back out things I put into it. Okay. There we go. That brings up to 1.3 gigawatts of potential power, raising the amount being used by the more efficient power plant and less from the less efficient one. Although without any supporting infrastructure, well, it's simply going to drag the reserve steam down. Ooh, actually, before we have any more problems, let's yoink that. Stop putting more molten salt in my intake. In fact, I should probably pump some out. Yeah, I should probably pump some out. Pump the other way around. That's probably good enough. There we go. Okay, so the first one is fully primed with molten salt. I may even have enough molten salt for the second one at this point. Which I suppose is a good thing, because I'm building the second one. Yeah, basically I have enough molten salt for the second one as well. Okay, after the rearrangement, it's still unloading. It's still going to be a while unloading. I happen to already have a shaft in there that means I don't need this one, but that'll be fine. Okay, so I need brakes. One thing of brakes. a control panel. Is batteries and quartz. And then a bunch of small parts. Crushed quartz, there's the regular stuff. One control panel. I'll put a second one together while we're thinking about it. Let's put the second big break together as well. And then it's parts. Which are on which page? I always forget which page the parts are on. That one. – 25 parts. I'm actually making 48. We'll have another 23 more than we need. What am I missing? Copper. Just gonna have enough for copper for another recipe. That'll bring it up to an even 50. So I'll leave in here enough. So I'm just a gearbox short on the second recipe of mechanical parts. I assume we need that for... we need the mechanical parts for the heat exchanger, but we'll also probably need it for the power plants as well. Yeah. In fact, it's going to be a little bit awkward because it's going to have 2 mechanical parts. Because the heat exchanger only needs 1, whereas the plants need the full 3. Oh, and I need more gearboxes. I need another 2 more gearboxes because the automated factory is... Oh, okay. So that means I need another 4 shafts. Okay, so there's the 4 I need for the shafts. Shafts are going to get shoved in there to become gearboxes, so I need more steel, if I can steal some steel from somewhere. So that's one argument not to run down this line, is I could instead run for steel earlier. Cast steel. Molten steel, so I take the molten iron in, add more oxygen, add more coke. That turns it into a base, or into molten steel and flue gas. And obviously is a much better product of steel. Sure, put that in the fender cube. We'll delay the logistic spots a little bit to get better steel. Okay, let's follow up on our gamble. Our gamble's probably rolled by now, and we'll know what the result is. Did I roll the 2 studs again? Rolled the 2 studs again. Oh, that's disappointing. See what the gamble result is this time. Let's see if we get a different result. Okay. That is a result. Except it running a bit slower to run both. I have a suspicion, because of how the modules work, that for it to work at all, you need one module in. So you need one conjugate in the particular case. But the conjugate is effectively a plus 100% mod. So one conjugate is 2x the base. Now, if you have the thing full, you're technically getting a crafting speed of 1, so the recipes provide what they say they should. But that does technically mean that if you have 2 conjugates, running 2 buildings is better than running 1 with twice the gods. twice the cutting odds. By not much, but a little bit better. So we're gonna have this one turn my studs. So this is already taken one to make a adult. Got 2 in there. Got 3 in there. So we got a decently high roll on that one. So on the 3 to 6, we got a 6. And then we did hit the 50% for the adult. So that was not the best possible roll. The best possible roll is 50-50 and the 80% of 8. That's probably pretty unlikely, though. Okay, I've got the I've got the shafts to make my gearboxes. I put the shafts in the gearboxes, and then I pick up the other missing stuff. We can build the heat exchanger. And I can technically use the heat exchanger even without the power plant, because I can use it to turn the hot into the cold. If I have the storage, which actually I really don't have the storage at the moment, but just because we're not using enough power is not a reason to not be expanding the power production capacity. I am aluminum, lead, and nickel short. Okay, now I'm just lead short. Somehow I ended up copper short by picking up lead. There we go. Then the next thing to be working on would be the power plant itself, which requires 3 mechanical parts, so I would want to get this running again. This is short the gearbox, which is short the shafts. Okay. Take the next roll in the gamble. I think we only pulled the... I think we pulled the pup result on that last gamble. Which is more pups, one way or the other. Result was cotton gut studs. Okay. Or pups again. Let's focus on trying to get the pups turned into studs faster. We'll continue attempting to take the gamble on converting studs into pups. I think I need to prioritize turning the pups into studs. I'm not even running the poor heat exchanger, the existing one, at full speed. Because I'm just not pulling enough power at the moment. It's probably a good place to be, but... building up the potential to make power, so that when we need it, we're not worried. Hmm. Do I care about that? I can move that bit. And then, yeah, I can plumb that in with that as there. Okay, so that'll be fine. And I think I still have too much in there. Slurp that out. So what I want is these two to sum up to 80k. So I'm just sort of slurp that out of the system. That's probably good enough. And when that tank's full, I can then unhook this from the molten salt array and never hook it up again. Grab a pressure pump. In the chest. Put the surplus one back. I only picked up 2. Well, I picked up 10. Put one in my inventory. Went to put the 10 back. Didn't have enough space in the chest to put the 10, or put the 9 back, so I ended up with a spare one in my hand. Oh, I didn't finish copying the ash return. Okay. Billowing of the full smoke right now is in the way. There we go. Oh, that's not where I went. I went over here anyway. Pipeline's in the way. Okay, before I get too carried away on building this, let's go see how the gamble worked out. Because right now we have more power than I need. So building more power, well, actually properly installing the more power is surplus to requirements, whereas the science is not. That is kind of the requirement at the moment, so I should probably prioritize the one that is going to move us forward and not future-proof us, as far as my attention is concerned. Okay, so I've got one cotton gut pup. I will need a stud to make it an adult. I'll get 2 recipes of you going. Oh, wait, no, that makes pups from the adults. Okay. I don't need 1, I need 7 pups. Okay, that's gonna be a while. Okay, well, we're taking the adult back then. Too early for that. I only need 1 stud to raise 7 pups, apparently. Oops, not what I wanted in that, chest. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna turn on auto-feeding. I might regret that. That way, at least those 2 will bounce it back and forth. So, every time we have 2 studs, they'll go in here to be made in, or to gamble on getting more pups. Pups are growing up over there. In theory, I want the studs to be piling up so that I can increase the rate, but that's at least set up in a way where I can sort of gamble on it managing itself. In the meantime, what is the stock of supplies? You need wood, you got plenty of wood, you need food and moondrops. Can I do a trick to get some moondrops over there? Easily. Sure. Drops and more. So you need moondrops, and I'll let you get moondrops. As much as you want. Then you need seeds, and you need seeds. So that gives you a good supply of seeds, that gives you a good supply of seeds. So now the thing that could run out here is treated wood and raw fiber. Including my dark side. So I have to hit the coin flip 7 times, well, 6 more times. So I hit it once to get all the pups I need to turn the cotton guts into, or cotton gut pups into cotton gut adults, so I can make pups, so I can make adults. At which point we can then potentially move away from having stud production. Eventually. Because then the studs just become a way to make more studs to breed more pups at a given time. Okay, so we're coming up here for sodium hydroxide. So there's 200 sodium hydroxide. Make treated wood, you make fiber, so if I just run along this belt, I get both. Two pups. Hit the heads twice. Yeah, the faster we get the left recipe, the quicker we get them to be adults. The quicker we get them to be adults, the quicker we can reasonably get them gambling for cotton gut pups. And arguably, I don't really want to gamble for cotton gut pups. Really, this is get the studs going in the long run. Because we can make them... Once we've got 7 pups, 7 cotton gut pups make 6 cotton guts. 7 becomes 6. And then 4 adults become 10 children in this setup. This is really the setup I want to be running to be making pups. For breeding pups. But to get that started, I need 7 to make 6 adults, so I can put the 6 adults in to make the 10 pups. Okay, well I can in theory go ignore this, because this should be self-working, at least from a gambling perspective, right? It can gamble without me. I can make it go faster, but I can't make it work. Because it's basically set up to feed itself. Probably get what I need for the first of the coal power plants. What are you missing? You're missing the... Okay, this is the gearbox. The gearbox gets 3 mechanical parts. 3 mechanical parts means I can go hand assemble a coal power plant, which is 1/7 of a turbine worth of power, although I don't even need the turbine to be running, because apparently I'm... Well, at this point I think we're about using the original set, because the original set produces about 473 megawatts, and we're using 374. So, building the second... Oh, I suppose at the point that I got the second one up, I can just go tear out all the old steam engines, the 85 steam engines. So I really, at that point, don't need them for making power. I need them for making... Or I need the boilers, hypothetically, for making steam. We still need steam in various places. Steel. A lot. Copper and iron. Let's go grab those steam engines and the gasifiers, and then I can collect the steel and the small parts from the bus. I think I went past the gasifier. Here it is. There's a convenient supply of steel I can borrow steel from. I say borrow, I'm not going to return any of it. Although it's not really a theft, because I'm taking it for myself. And at some point I'm going to need... "13 secondary crushers. What's the likelihood I've got any secondary crushers built by the bus?" There's the automated screeners. There they are. The answer is there is one. That probably means when the time comes to actually implement that, I'm going to be handcrafting those, unless I get really lucky. Although, being able to pick one of 13 up does save us a bit of time. least not quite full yet. Oh, that did not work at all. That did not work at all. Yeah, I didn't like that. Okay, that looks fixed. Some of the ones down there don't have enough inserters. Yeah, it's like 1 inserter short. We're not running it hard enough for it to really notice, but... Okay, so in practice that allows me to leave this turbine here and I can just pump the steam down into the tank, the shared tank between the two systems. And again, until the hot molten salt reserve here kind of is used, we're not in a rush to actually get this running. Oh, you're gonna need more light bulbs. Light bulbs are gonna need more glass. Let's go grab a bunch of glass. Okay, gotta get the fish going again. Up to 5. We're at 0.5 crafting speed. This only takes 100 seconds every time instead of instead of what it was before. Okay, well, enjoy watching the cotton guts breed while I go make a cup of tea. Okay. Back with the team. Meantime, we're up to 5 studs plus what's in there. I've got 6 pups. Okay. And 11 of the stud pups. So yeah, let's continue focusing on speed. Get the stud pups to adulthood faster. And I'll see if... what, I need 6 more? 6 more. So for 6 more, I need to do 6 more recipes of this. For 6 more recipes of this, I need to do 6 more recipes of the gearbox. Gearbox is going to require 12 shafts, so I actually need 18 shafts. Which is 180 nickel, 360 lead, $90 iron excellent special alloy, and then a bunch of copper and a bunch of iron for the small parts. There we go. All 18 of those to be made. I can go back to staring at the cotton guts while that be produced. Sure, I only need 1 regular cotton gut pup. Oh, there we go. Got it. Have it. We'll still do that one. Okay, so I need stud. The pups go in. So it's going to be glacial with only one stud in there, but it's moving. And then I'll probably want a stud in here, so that when the adults arrive, and that's going to make 6 adults. This takes 4 adults and makes 10 pups. I'll have to go hunt the pups down probably at that point, but that'll be fine. So they get in the right one. Okay, so we now got that running at full speed. We'll have 1 stud pup become 1 adult every 50 seconds. To make the recipe go faster as the recipe is progressing. I want there to be enough here that I can immediately do the next recipe, but other than that, I can surplus beyond that I can put into making it faster. So I don't think we got any cutting gut pups. We did get 1 adult though. And at the current rate, it'll make the adult will grow up. One of the pups will grow up to be the 2nd adult. There we go. Recipes. Next recipe is ready. slowly working through the 18 shafts. The big components that take a long time to build in that is the solder and the shaft itself. Waiting for some of the longer lead time items in this game can be a little bit of watching paint dry, I suppose. %23 done. Yep. Good, this gets up to 30 per second, so... this will get pretty fast. So we got a pretty good roll there. We got the second one back. Yeah, basically watching progress bars progress. Pretty bad luck on that one. I think we just pulled the cotton gun in that pull. As I said, it's a little bit of gambling here, right? Where we pay 2 cotton gut studs to get a guaranteed 1 back. 50% chance of getting the second one back. 50% chance of getting a cotton gut pup. Which at this point we maybe don't really need, because we can use the existing pups to make more pups. And we got an 80% chance to get 3 to 8 cotton gut studs. Which, as long as we get that, means it's a pretty net positive, on a reasonable timeline. Keep getting that Should be positive, right? But that doesn't mean every once in a while you get a bad pull and none of the percentiles pan out and you get 1. So 2 becomes 1. %40 of that becoming adults. Okay. That was about the best result we can get. Got both studs back. Kinda got pup and some stud pups. Don't think we got the max roll on the stud pups, but close enough to good enough. Close enough to perfect. That's good enough. Hear them chittering. Technically needs another 5 working run, but put those in either way. %53. At some point I'll probably decide we have enough stud pups for a moment, and I'll actually take most of them out of the pup maker here to get the regular ones breeding faster. We do that when we hit 50. Eight. Three. How many food being inserted? What's up with food? We're out of seeds. Okay. %70 done. $47. Okay, so when that's done, it's already got 7 more for the next batch. We'll immediately go into the next batch. So we need steel. Keep building that shaft, or to build the gearbox. Okay, I think that is actually the exact amount of steel required. Make all the gearboxes. Make six things of brakes, 6 things of control panels, 6 things of utility boxes. Look at the ceramic there, so I know the ceramic for the rest. It's my ceramic, yeah, that's what's going on. Need 30 quartz to build 6 control panels. Oh, I also need 18 batteries. Let me go grab one more battery. Can find a place producing batteries. And that actually has some. Here's 18. Get you running. What's actually stopping you from running? Exhaust pipe's over by 1. The exhaust pipe is in the wrong square. There we go. So then that runs. should get you running. Okay. So I need 30 quartz. Oh, I need 26 more quartz. I need a total of 30. And then you, which is mostly copper I'm missing. Let's do that one in the meantime. Oh, and some tin, because there's going to be a lot of tin. Okay. Come back for that. And if you're watching on the YouTube highlights, we're nowhere near where we're making the cotton guts, but one of our cotton gut pup recipes to cotton guts has finished. So the one stud reared 7 pups to become 7 adult cotton guts, which will then go to the reproduction crest to make 10 pups. Or actually, 7 became 6. 4 of those 6 will become 10, which then I need to make sure it gets back around to where we started to produce them. But yeah, if you're watching the highlights, we did just get some cotton guts there. And I'm in the process of trying to build more coal power plants. Give me a moment, I might... no, I'll do jump cut. Watching on YouTube, we'll be back as soon as I get to where we're going. And if you're on Twitch, you sadly have to be along for the ride with me while we're trying to run along our large road network here. I suppose the next thing up we're going to handcraft is the utility boxes, 6 utility boxes. It's mostly 10, I think, that's holding us up. So I was going to use that to slow it down. Let's go ahead and do that at this point. Oh, I never put the inserter down to pick them up. Whoops. Okay. Editor Me has done a good job of doing that jump cut. We got here, I'm going to show off basically what just finished. So this recipe here with the cotton guts just finished. Technically when it finished I only had 1 cotton gut stud in here, but this raises 7 cotton gut pups and gives us 6 cotton guts in return, full adults. Somehow you lose one of them in the process. You're then going to load it here. I had to fix it a little bit here, and then get loaded into the reproductive complex here, which takes 4 of those adult cotton guts and makes 10 pups. So that's going to be the process we're going to slowly start to scale up, although we will need more and more studs going forward to get this going faster. But the process is now working. So if you're watching on YouTube highlights, I suppose the next highlight will probably be when this is properly scaled up. So until then, wish you all the best of luck. And if you're along for the ride because you're watching it in the unedited version or watching it on Twitch, yeah, I think that's still going to take a while. We're still going to work on that. But it should now be running. Okay, so that goes there. So the first 10 has already come out. 50-50, half of it goes past here. The other 50 comes down here. 50-50, half of it goes here. I'm surprised I'm not... Oh, that's where they ended up. So 3 of them. The other 50 comes down here. Either goes in here or here, and it went in here. Ran a cycle and is now running a cycle. Okay, so system's definitely working. It might need a little bit of a micro to make sure the cotton guts end up enough in this one to run at decent speed. So now I just need more studs. Because that'll slowly make us more and more and more cotton guts. I just need to get the studs to adulthood. Why do we have flowers on that side of the belt? That's not where the flowers go. Round, around, around, around. Okay. Don't know how the flowers end up the wrong side of the belt. They ended up the wrong side of the belt. And I suppose, because of how I'm doing it, the surplus flowers do leak out of the system if there's actually surplus flowers. Okay. Why aren't you running? Oh, because it's the odd flower in the setup for some reason. Not supposed to be on there, but you show up there, we'll just box them up. It'll work out. Oh, I see. I see. That's where that problem's coming in. Here we go. And to stop the flowers from moving through the system, although there might be some in the system to start with. I haven't cleared. Yep, looks like I got them all. Okay, so now if they end up with the right number of cotton guts, they will begin raising them to adulthood. All but the first one's going to be running pretty slow, though. I need to get them over here. 20 every 15 seconds. Their maximum speed. Which we're probably not going for. Any speed is good enough speed at this point. Good thing I'm close to where I get my belts from. Okay, I need more pearls, which means I need more steel. Okay, 6 utility boxes are also needed. It's mostly the tin cable at the moment holding me up. There we go. Let's go install those barrels and see if that gets the system running a little bit better. Barrels in the barreler. If it doesn't, I'm gonna have to go get more steel, so. Okay, you're complaining about something. It's probably, yeah, it's the seeds. You're waiting on barrels. You're waiting on barrels with water in it. And the barrels with water in it should hopefully be coming. So there's one barrel of water. Yeah, so there comes the barrels of water. Water barrels. Well, that makes some sense. When the system finally primed and we had recipes running, each of the recipes are acquiring 2 of the barrels and holds onto them until the recipe's done. Created the first poor alien sample. So if you're watching on YouTube highlights, we just completed the first poor alien sample. 126 hours, 22 minutes, and 15 seconds. And that is the recipe completing that I think it is. We might be about to have a bit more than just some poor alien samples. Oh, no, that is not the recipe I'm thinking it is. That is, I fixed what was wrong with the slaughterhouse. I had too many cages in there, so it wasn't working right. So with that, the only thing that is missing is the sulfide sarcosis, which is a lot of cotton gut. It is 20 cotton guts to produce 3. Of course, 3 of them makes 36 logistic science packs. And, okay, maybe we don't have enough to get everything else running at that speed, but yeah, that'll turn into quite a bit of science. That will be enough. Oh, that won't be enough to get steel done. Steel is 160, but that'll be a big chunk into steel. So if you're watching the highlights, I suspect the next highlight will either be something being done, because I'm working on a power plant, or it will be us tuning in to see the first logistic science packs being made. So catch you in the next highlight. Yep, you got barrels, you got barrels. So now I just need the studs to get the system running at full speed. Okay, so to do this, I'm going to need 150 small parts, which means I need to be able to make 75 batches of small parts. Actually, I almost have enough for that. We'll make 8. That'll work. I'm not sure if this is the case. Is there a way I can turn pressurized steam into steam without having to run it through an electrolyzer? Yes. So I could potentially move entirely over to the higher pressure version at some point. Although I'm starting to question with the rest of the ratio there, if that makes sense. Doesn't look like I can particularly get a ratio there. $500 steam becomes 200 steam by pushing it through a pressure pump. So I get less than half the steam and half the temperature. That's not really what we want. And so that probably means I'm better off using the electric furnace to boil it. Do you not have the electric boiler? I thought I had the electric boiler. There it is. And you craft 250 degree C. Okay. Uranium rich biomass, okay. Yeah, and the mechanical parts under construction. Trying to evaluate. So yeah, that doesn't seem like there's a good way to make steam from the pressurized steam. So I'm probably better off running that through a turbine, using that to power the electrical boiler, using the electrical boiler to make the steam. If I'm reading that correct. So parts have been made, or parts would have been made if I had enough steel in it while I was distracted. I did not, so I ran out of steel. Still run out of steel. I should check how much I needed. Sitting there like, that should be enough. It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Yeah, I'm not regretting making that the next, the build target. Next research target. So we can do cast steel. I expected that to be enough. Wasn't. It was not at all. There we go. Need 18 of those. Make the 6 that I'm looking for. Make the 6 I'm looking for, I need 300 intermetallics. And a lot more steel. A lot more iron. A lot more copper. Underestimated how much space that those steam engines are going to take up. So that's 50. Really don't need the barks. We can toss them there. That can go in there. That can go in there. Fish can go in there. Can pick up a stack of drills. Assuming there's a stack of drills to pick up. I need 18 gasifiers. There isn't actually 18 there because I did not set it up for there to be 18 there. Okay, so I got enough steel for the first one, and now I just need enough small parts. I guess that's copper or iron. Let's grab a bunch of copper. Okay, that's all the copper we need, so missing bits is iron. Conveniently enough to pick up the first one. Okay. First one in construction. There's 2 power plants queued up. Again, if I can retrieve enough parts, we'll do all 6 of them. Three. Oh, I'm short some steam engines. Grab those steam engines. Plenty of engines. I'm just gonna take all the steel from here. Yep, that is all the steel. So 4 of them queued up. I went 6. Five. Get the simple circuit boards, and we'll go grab the iron, and we'll get the 6th one queued up. And that's just enough for the coal power plants. I'm still going to need to do the secondary crushers at some point as well. Which, well, that's probably small parts. Probably small parts holding it up. It's either that or it's the steel at this point. Actually, at this point, let's look here. The oxygen actually overflows, then the whole thing should probably, you know, take a break. Oh, you run out of fish eggs. I don't have any on me, I think. Yeah, no. Meantime, 19. You, and you've probably run out of... Okay, run out of something I can just give you. That works. Picked studs up, didn't I? Yeah, there you go. It's still probably the barrels. It's not enough barrels. It's a sushi belt of barrels, so it's the higher the concentration of the barrels, the more likely it's there when you need it. Pick up some eggs, some biomass. These very okay. Let's go ahead and toss them in the processor. Oh, and we've got 6 here, so it is. We are getting some overflow that is flowing over there. Slowly and steadily, we'll speed the system up faster and faster and faster. And to be fair, the system is overbuilt at the moment, so it doesn't need to go full speed to actually provide full speed to this setup over here. Okay, so the change I made at the antimony oxide plant has saved us a bit of power in the form of electrolyzers not running when they don't need to. High pressure furnaces are up. Interesting. Not sure for what, but they are. Foundries, mines, and furnaces are up. Okay. A couple different things. Although we're still not at anywhere near concerning power levels. Yeah, so the recipe is technically positive, but it is real slow. And in fact, that's an argument that I don't need. Okay, so divide, edit, divide by 1.01. Actually brings you down to 1, and then if I figure out how many cotton guts I actually need on you. Bring you down to 1. Two. Put 2 in there, and it'll work ideally. Okay. So we're basically not pup positive there, but that's fine. And that still is netting a 0.018 stud per second in matrix mode. So it's probably because this actually runs up to 1 at that point. Probably actually stud positive and or pup positive and stud negative, but close enough. Suppose I could go queue up the secondary crushers while I'm waiting. So I think there's 1. There may even be 2 by now. I'll have to build the other 11. Bunch of secondary drill, or level 2 drills. Okay, so I can do a bunch more electrification. Passed it, didn't I? There they are. No, they. Oh, there is. There's actually up to 4. Okay, so that means I only need to make 9 by hand to get the crusher set up the way I want. So 188 aluminum. Okay. $225 simple circuit boards. If I want to build 9 of these, I also need 9 engines. Ideally. Here we go. And then small parts and lamp stuff. It's not much glass, because I apparently don't need that many lamps. Mostly copper. Iron. Oh, steel as well. Of course it's steel. Okay, they queued up. Now it's just a matter of time. Cotton gut pups are beginning to pile up. To be fair, if they pile up back into the reproductive complex, that means that we've hit the surplus point where they'll start to redirect towards science real fast. To be fair, I think it is a pretty aggressive saturation we've got going here on the standard cutting gut recipe. Yeah, it's 14. No, that's this is the one we're running here. 0.8 to 9.3. So we should be producing a whole 0.2 cotton guts a second. The logistics science, I think, doesn't even need that much. Yeah, it's like 50% more than the logistics science needs. And that's the net. And itself, it consumes 0. Yeah, so basically half of it gets diverted eventually. Because it will be surplus at that point. Do I have the wrong recipe in here? I think I have the wrong recipe in here. Oh, I've got the wrong one clicked. This one. This is the right recipe. So 0.2 items, and it eats 0.175, so yeah, about half of it diverts off to science. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, of course, that does say that either I need to back up in the reproductive complex, or I need the system over 50% done before we're going to start really doing science in real tech. Because half of it goes to here, so if I'm not even running half of it yet. And that is actually able to run at full speed, so that will consume. suppose while I'm waiting, I've got a bunch of fluid mining drills. Let's go get those installed. I think it is time. Yeah, I should probably electrify that at some point. Okay. Priority, input, left. Want to drain the system first. Or use of the stuff. So, that electrifies the drilling. I should come along and electrify the furnaces at some point, but... at the moment, that should work. That should work better than what it was. Oh, that's, not good. This aluminum mine's running out. You have 9.7 thousand under you. You're down 3.5 thousand. 6.2 thousand. Okay, so it's gonna be a while. There's 100,000 ore there left, but the rate is definitely beginning to decline. And we've looked right that one. Again, another one that should probably at some point be electrified for a furnace stack. Let's tell it to prioritize left side. It isn't moving at the moment, so it isn't going to change anything. Input priority, left side. Taking aluminum, take the aluminum from the old furnace stack so it can empty out. It's almost backed up in the first halving, so we'll force it down into the other ones. There it has. It's gone and backed up now. We're going to put our fluid mining drills in the electric mining drill setup, so they get converted to electric. There we go. Given the availability of small parts. 14 of those. We can continue electrifying. There's more. I think there's one more drill area we can continue upgrading. So we've done. You've been electrified. You've been electrified. You've been electrified. You've been electrified. The other drill is the zinc. We can electrify the zinc. So to grab all the concrete. We're going to use it to improve the walkways. That's what I'm going to do with it. Struggle with trying to do diagonals. I'll copy over diagonals. has all the molten salt it really needs. Actually, I can give it all the power plants. We can see how much it sucks up. Power plants has a priming charge. There's a single tree there in the middle. It hasn't been cut down. Whoops. There we go. Like, why is it not letting me place this one here? It's a single mist free. Yeah, I think that's close enough to perfect. No, there it literally is perfect. Okay, yeah. Won't completely clean up the molten salt line in case I need it for the next power plant. Don't need it for these ones. These ones are good. Still the same 6 made it through. I think that was when we were having problems with the barrels. It reminds me, I have 100-something barrels to drop into the barreler. There you go. Sushi belt's full. No plasmids. No plasmids because no laboratory equipment. No laboratory equipment because no small parts. Yeah, that's very believable. I have to hand-feed it small parts, and I have hand-feeded it absolutely 0 small parts. Make 42 small parts for it. That'll get it going. That'll get this hopefully unjammed. There we go. Now the sushi belt at least goes around and around and around. System slowly saturating. Again, either the system's going to saturate, or I'm going to get it over 50% speed to get it to actually do any science. Got 12 here. So half speed will actually, when I have got about 6 short of full here. Because that would basically represent the left side running at reduced speed. So we're not that far off of half speed. So what will happen at half speed is the right side here will begin to fill up because we'll be running faster than this consumes them. And once the right side fills up, they'll flow down towards the science. The plan, at least. Okay, so we've got all the secondary crushers done. Go ahead and assemble that setup. And in theory, just get another batch of power plants running. At which point I can probably tear out all the remaining steam power plant, or the steam boilers. Well, steam engines. Yeah, just tear out all the old steam engines. Because they'll definitely at that point be surplus to requirements. Robots not soon. Yeah, robots are not soon. Logi science may be soon. Soon as in probably we'll get some today. But the robots are not soon. And even once I research them, we're still going to have to build the industry to support building them. And that's a way off. Because I think they cost chromium. We haven't sorted chromium yet. Okay. That should, given enough time, provide all the fuel that new coal power plant area needs to operate. Not that we need it to operate yet, but we're prepared. So I should probably at some point take the time to run around, and all the steam engines running off of the 250-degree steam should just get pulled. We got some still running on 500 from the geothermals, and I think we'll keep them on 500. We'll keep those ones in, but I think we'll keep the 251s around. Almost at the point where we're going to be at 50%. Exceed 50%, which is the point where it's going to start overflowing into actual science. Well, let the game play for a bit. I need to use the facilities. I'll be back. Watch the cotton guts do cotton gut things. Okay. And Reptid 998 saying in before raid. Okay. Well, I just got back in the seat, so it'd be about good timing. Should hopefully be getting these guys bred up. Okay, 7 more of those, so I can. That should actually take us over halfway. And with it over halfway, it should, and it is. We have cotton gut adults going to become the product. Oh. Zephyr Cat is raiding with a party of 36. 3 meow. We've come to scratch up your furniture and sleep on your pillow. Howdy, partner. Hi, Zephyr Cat. Oba and the other raiders is Reptid. So Reptid, it was I think, watching the stream, but is ended up raiding in with the raiding party. We're trying to get logistics science going here, and I think we might almost be about there. The big thing holding us back is I don't have any solidified sarcophagus. That's being held back by the cotton gut, which I think is just exceeded % productivity. Well, 3% of my production line for that is now up. Zephyr said, I just realized the audible drops are old Dungeon Crawler Carl based. I don't want to waste my money, but tempted. Got 11 of those. 9 more, and we might have some science. Okay, what's wrong with the Zognabacteria? Zognabacteria needs wood. Well, I can fix that. Yeah, we spent most of the stream just building up those the cotton gut production. So there's another 5, 6 going off to become science. We've got about half of the setup operational at full speed. And that's about what was required to get it past being directed into the sort of it feeds itself setup. So yeah, we're almost there. Almost have logistics science. Logi science soon may in fact be Logi science actually soon. And then the other thing I did is we built a second power plant setup. So in theory, I can now run the entire base off of the high-pressure steam turbines alone. need 3 more to overflow into science. And we'll have our first 12 logistical science packs. Oh, looks like we may be, even if we don't have, well, we'll be overflow, I suppose. This is finally reaching the point where it is supplied enough that we're actually got our buffer full. Buffer being the belt here. Almost got the buffer full. Buffer being the belt. That will be it. Get 3 through, and we'll be on to logistics science. 1, 2... Oh, maybe. There's 2 through. The third one gonna get through. Yes, okay. So, but just a matter of time. Soon we'll have our first 12 logistics science packs. Not enough bones. Can I raid the fishery quickly enough to grab some bones? Now I'm limited on plasmids. Plasmids are limited on the fact I've run out of rubber. I'll have some. Waiting for one more cotton gut for the 3 solidified saccharosis to be made. Reptid998 saying, man, your logistic science is so much easier, you don't have to think about spoilage. Yeah, that's true. There we go. And if you're watching on the YouTube highlights, solid solidified sarcophagus at 127 hours, 59 minutes, and 2 seconds. And that's very rapidly going to become some logistic science packs, as our both research centers spool up, producing 12 each. So in 90 seconds, we'll have 24 logistic science. Not enough for steel, but it's a start. And other than the fact that there's portions of the setup that are hand-fed, the setup is now assembled, so it's time for a build review. So obviously, here is the end of the setup. This is where the logistic science goes and gets produced. Logistic science takes batteries. The batteries are coming from over here. Batteries are made up of a whole bunch of different components. Not all of which we're making locally. We got the carbon rods over there. We've got bolts coming in from the bus. We got glass coming in from the bus. We got zinc coming in from the bus. We've got the lead antimony alloy coming in from over here, where we are combining the antimony oxide. That technically goes off to our main antimony oxide process in place, and lead from the bus. The melanine is here, produced here. The melanine also requires as byproducts of its input. Urea decomposition here makes ammonia and cyanic acid. There's the cyanic acid. Oh, there's the first logistics science pack. 128 hours and 38 seconds into the run, we have 24 logistics science being produced. And if I had slightly better arrangement of goods here, in fact, I'll just manually do this. Get another 36, or another 12 on the way. But yeah, so this is where urea gets generated and cyanic acid. Ammonia and cyanic acid out of urea. Urea comes from over here, where we are taking Zogna bacteria and liquid manure. It's used in other places. We'll come back to here. We'll explain where this is coming from when we get back to here on a different line. But that's the battery portion of the line, basically. Next in the build review, we have the animal samples. The animal samples come from over here, which takes this smorgasbord of sort of animal components. Right now I'm actually short on bone, but that's what we're short on at the moment. I'll have to go find some more bones to get this properly started, because the sushi belt is not making sure bones get in there enough. I need more bone demand. That's probably, or I need more bones. So that's probably what I need. But in addition to that, that requires blood and plasmids. We do have enough blood. We got 2.6K stored up in the tank over here, which is coming from the slaughterhouse down here. This is where most of the fleshy components are coming from, other than the stuff I hand feed in. The plasmids come from here. Glassware is being hand delivered, so I have to bring all the glassware over. The incubated petri dishes, again, is being hand delivered. I'm bringing that over. Final version of this will probably have it, a later version of this will probably have that automated somewhat nearby, so it's not being hand delivered. The laboratory equipment's being produced locally. So the laboratory equipment's being produced out of equipment chassis, optical sets, rubber, and small parts. Of course, I am delivering the rubber and small parts. And in fact, I'm usually handcrafting the small parts to feed this, which is maybe not the best way to do it, but it's what I'm doing. And hand delivering the rubber, obviously. The equipment chassis is coming out of iron excellent antimony special alloy, simple circuit boards, and tin plates. I am hand delivering the iron excellent antimony special alloy, but the simple circuit boards and the tin plates are coming from the bus. The optical set is taking in boron trioxide. We make someplace else in the base, being combined with molten glass in this glass works to make the optical sets. It's probably due... Oh, I was about to say probably due, but I know I've got a chest down here. I've got a chest of 151 boron trioxide to feed that, so that should be working fine. Zogna bacteria is lamps, wood, petri dish, and pressurized air. Pressurized air comes from down here. I am building the lamps on site with stuff coming in from the bus, or the main bus. The Zogna bacteria, I am hand feeding it petri dishes and wood. Again, much like over here with the incubated ones, eventually we'll probably want to get that set up to be fed, not hand fed, but that is what it is, and this is making Zogna bacteria. Zogna bacteria is actually required for the urea, so you can see where the Zogna bacteria is coming in. That's from here, feeding both these setups. We go back over to the logistics science. We're now going to chase down the third line, so the poor alien samples. Poor alien samples are biological samples plus ground samples. Ground samples are pretty easy. It is dirt plus rich clay, although at the moment I am hand delivering the dirt. And, well, I suppose I'm not hand delivering the dirt anymore. I was at one point, which is why I have a chest here. And I'm hand delivering the rich clay. In fact, if I want more science, I probably need to bring over more rich clay, but that's where we're making the ground samples. The poor alien samples also take biological samples, which is incubated petri dishes, again, being hand-delivered. Bone meal, which we're producing here using bones and steam. It's probably one of the reasons we are on the sushi belt over there, short on bones. Native flora, urea, and the Ralsei seeds. We'll get to the Ralsei seeds later in this, after the sarcophagus, or the solidified this. Because it's way down that end. But yeah, we'll find out where that comes from later, but that is being built over here. And yeah, and the urea works its way over from the urea maker. The urea maker is fed by liquid manure. Liquid manure is providing both to the bioreactor and to the reformer over here to make the depolymerized organics. We'll get into that when we get over there. Liquid manure, of course, takes water plus manure. Manure is coming from Oggs. Got a batch of very basic Oggs here. This is the tier 1 recipe. Technically, is a tier 2 recipe. I did not set it up. Mainly because I didn't want to deal with the food. You have to feed them special food if you want to get more poop. But yeah, they take in water barrels, native flora, and moss. Finnish polar bear saying, brain not working, feeding input and output to same belt. Ah, yes, I am working fancy tricks here. So in this case, I'm working, this is another situation where I'm running a sushi belt. So we're running a sushi belt with barrels. So one side of the belt is barrels with water, and the other side of the belt is barrels that are empty. So I'm taking the barrels in, emptying them to make the poop, and then putting them back on the belt so they go back around to the barreler over here. And that sushi belt is providing all the barrels as needed for the entire build. And then Finnish polar bear is saying, as in my own build, ... Possibly, yeah. 2 belts in, 4 belts out. Tried stuff on all of them to 2 belts, yeah. I've definitely got a couple setups around here where we're running inputs and outputs on the same belt. And the manure you see also requires moss. We're making moss over here. And making our muddy water for the moss just by using water. So we're making water to make soil, soil to feed the muddy water out of the water. And then that makes the moss plus stone coming in from the stone bus belt. And that is our Oggs making manure. And then we have a 4th thing that feeds into the logistics science here, which is the solidified sarcosis, which is about to make its 2nd recipe full. In fact, actually, it has made a 2nd recipe full, and it's actually working on its 3rd. Maybe even its 4th. That recipe is definitely spooled up and properly working at this point, let's just say. This takes in basic substrate, which I am having to hand deliver at the moment. We don't have that made over here. I'm basically stealing it from an earlier setup to make it work. Native flora, the plasmids from over here, so it's the same plasmids from earlier. Cotton guts and depolymerized organics. Depolymerized organics is made by reacting the liquid manure with subcritical water. Subcritical water comes from here by reacting biomass with pressurized water. The biomass would normally be hand-fed into this chest. The chest is currently empty, so we're actually going to run out of subcritical water soon. And there's a combination of pressurized water as well. And then we'll follow the cotton guts next. The cotton guts come around on this belt, because I kind of had to sushi it around. All the way around. Down here. So you see some of the cotton guts going past us on the belt there. To this setup. So this setup is got a split. And this splitter, we've got it going off to first primarily feed the process of making cotton gut pups out of cotton guts. Now, cotton gut pups are made out of basically the same thing you turn cotton gut pups into cotton guts with. And the tree seeds. So I have basically cotton guts coming up the middle, prioritized going to the reproductive complex to make more pups. Over here, we're going to belt feeding in with tree seeds and pups. It feeds those into the setup, and then you're seeing, here you're seeing the Ralsei seeds and the moondrop fungi, which is what is used to feed them. We come down here, we can see where those two merge. They merge at this point down here. So the moondrops come from the right, the seeds come from off in the seed location. And again, you can still see that same earlier sushi belt of barrels filled with water on one side and empty barrels on the other. This is actually where it, effectively the other end of the loop. The barreler is the other end of the loop from here. This is sort of the hand-fed setup where I am making more cut-and-got studs, which is required. Basically, the studs breed the cotton guts, so you need them in here to make any appreciable headway. I'm just going to show you. I'm still spooling the system up. The system to work to make science needs to be running at 50% plus. We're over 50% now, so we're making science, but we're not making science as fast as we could in theory. Yeah, so that's the cotton gut portion of it. The cotton guts are fed with Ralsei seeds, which come from over here, up around here, from this setup. So this setup turns the Ralsei flowers into the seeds. The seeds come down this way. I do have them prioritized. Again, this is sort of a sushi belt as well. Sushi belt, both the input and the output. So the seeds come down here, the seeds get loaded in, and they make flowers. The flowers come up this way and get pulled off to make the seeds. So if there isn't enough seeds to make flowers, then the seeds are retained to continue making flowers. If there is enough seeds to make flowers, then the overflow gets sent off either to feed the cotton guts or shipped over for the item we showed earlier, or the biological samples. And then I'm overproducing Ogs for butchering them for their blood, mainly their blood. We can get the other stuff from other animals. Could technically get them from the cotton guts, for example, but we're using Ogs as our blood source. But yeah, we're growing Ogs here, which again is native flora plus moss plus some Og pups. So we've got the reproductive complex down here to make the Og pups, which again, native flora, moss. This is the level 1 version of it. There's a level 2 version of it. I'm just not bothering with the Og food to make that work. And then that comes running up here to our slaughterhouse, which basically they get caged. The caged ones get slaughtered. The cage gets put back to put the next one in. That's the whole process. Very simple process. And then blood goes up there, and the meat comes over here to the meat sushi belt, which again is not running because I don't have enough bones on it. Got too much of things that are not bones. Take some brains out. You know, I'll take everything out for the moment. See if it can pull some stuff off the sushi belt. Get it running that way. But yeah, that's the science build out. And that has managed to get us 35, 36-ish science before something's run out, and I need to find which things run out to go hand-fed it. It's probably a couple different things. Animal sample, so yeah, the bones is one of the contributing factors, although by pulling the surplus things out, we actually managed to get that running again for a couple seconds. And the other one is the poor alien samples, which is probably the rich clay that's holding them. Well, and bones. Apparently I have a shortage of bones. We need to get some bones. We're a bit boneless here. But yeah, that is the build review of logistics science. So if you're watching on the YouTube highlights, we may have one more highlight for today. But yeah, we'll leave you until the next highlight. So until the next part, or the next highlight, I hope if you're watching on the highlights, you're enjoying. And if you're watching live on Twitch, I hope you enjoyed that sort of build review here. We're going to run around the base and sort of make sure that everything's upgraded, and maybe do a little bit of hand feeding. Gotta figure out where I've put the rich clay site. Rich? Over there. I go grab my rich clay. Maybe look for some bones. Yeah, there's the rich clay. We will take very much of it because I don't have enough inventory space, but it's probably enough to start. Play in that chest. Oh, and you're down to needing plasmids at this point, so I need to get, You out of rubber? You're also out of rubber. Okay. Oh, I have rubber in the inventory, so that works. I can put the rubber in there. That sorts the rubber problem. Could use some small parts. Which means I need to pick up some iron to make small parts out of. Yeah, apparently I don't have enough bones. Some bones. We'll grab those bones. By doing that, I've pulled everything off. See if it's a little bit better balanced if it's just taking the raw inputs in. It looks a little bit more balanced. Might still not have enough bones, but okay, so I gotta do a rubber run. Let's deal with this meat in the meantime. Riptid saying, gotta yeet the excess body parts somewhere. Excellent mining, atomizer, compost, etc. Yeah. We got the excellent mining running off of meat. I think we're gonna probably toss most of this in the compost. I also need more biomass, so it probably goes in the compost is what's gonna go on here. On the lard ends. No, I'll compost this well. The biomass. Now, in the case of the brains, I should really get more caravans going. For the rubber, I should probably grab the latex. Real quick, look at that as a rubber input. Just make the road a little bit bigger so I can run up and down it easier in the future. It's avoiding things like the bumps a little bit easier if the road's just bigger. X goes in there, becomes rubber. I don't actually have any rubber here to pick up, which is a bit of a shame. I think that's what we came down here for. Cryptid 998 says, meanwhile, I have to deal with the fun of meat, guts, brains, and lard all spoiling. Yeah, so you've got a very different problem set than I have. I've got to like, oh, I gotta deal with it because otherwise it backs up. But at least I get to decide it gets all composted. Although, depending upon what they are, I wouldn't be surprised if they turn into compost, or at least turn into something that could be composted. How's that rubber coming along? Yeah, that's a start. Grab that. plasmids, because a few more alien samples. Once again, I'm at the point where it's, actually, in this case, it might be that I need to get the plasmids in to get enough off the belt, but I just think we're just not getting enough bones. Relative to everything else. This is the problem of not sorting. If I sorted it, it would probably run better. Set it up with a sort and overflow into like a composter would probably be the way to do it. That's all the rubber. The poor bone meal maker being starved of bones. You're not running the melanine. The melanine. Missing an inserter. I'm like, how are you not running because there's no melanine? There's literally the whole thing next to you is full of melanine. There's no inserter to insert it. Okay, so at this point we've just demonstrated that again, it is full of things it does not need. Probably meat. You're gonna have to find for a more permanent solution there. In the meantime, got lots of meat prepared for the composter. Okay, well, if Editor Me does his job and edits this in the highlight video, we're going to do another highlight video. This one's probably going to be pretty short. You've, in earlier highlights, seen the creation of a coal power plant. We have another one now. So we've doubled the capacity. We can now run 2 high-speed, high-pressure steam turbines at 100% if needed. That is more power than the entire base uses. In fact, at this point, I could be running the entire base off of one of them. Actually, I would kind of need the second one a little bit. I need something other than the first one. But yeah, we can basically run the entire base off of these at this point. There's another 7 coal power plants, and we've turned all the molten salt into hot molten salt because we don't need the power, obviously. And the 2 turbines are down here, and this is where we're storing the pressurized steam. As my demand for power grows, we'll keep building these until we've got probably about 8 of these, at which point then we might start worrying about having our actual power consumption at that point. Much like the previous one, it is also being fed by a belt of raw coal going into coal crushers just to sort of improve the density of the fuel a little bit. I may, in the near future, go ahead and just crush everything being produced by this coal mine. Because even if we're using the old boilers, the crushed coal will be better for that. Okay, this is the second set of 13 crushers, providing all the crushed product. So that's a small build review there. It's basically duplicative of the one we did earlier. That was actually technically done a little bit before logistics science, but I wanted to do the logistics science the moment we had the first couple logistics sciences come off, whereas this, again, being duplicative, was something that got pushed to after that being done. And yeah, so I think at some point we'll probably convert all of this over to crushing it. Except maybe this one's coming off the bottom here, because I think we do need to call for a couple things. Not call for particular reasons. And yeah, we do have some steam consumption. This may be the last highlight of this stream and this recording. I think I'm going to mostly optimizing things for the rest of the stream, so if you're watching on the YouTube highlights, I may append the ending of this run of this stream to the highlights video, but otherwise this is probably the last real highlight in the highlights video. So I hope you have been enjoying, and until the next one, wish you all the best of luck and a good time. And if you're tuned in with me on stream or on the unedited video, yeah, we're going to do a couple little base improvements. I'm going to run around, probably try to electrify the one of the last area we haven't electrified with the fluid mining drills. I'm going to probably go ahead and strip out all the 250°C steam engines. That'll push more power on, or more power consumption on the high pressure steam turbines, which is more useful, I think. JX Miller, geez, yours is so neat. Mine looks something like puked automation everywhere. I have neat portions and I have not neat portions, let's just say. The not neat portions are meant to be temporary. So if you see portions that are not neat, you're seeing the permanent temporary solutions, yes. Like this is meant to be temporary. We'll see how long that hangs around. This is meant to be temporary. We'll see how long that hangs around. And you're seeing the spaghetti of the bus feed coming in. I suppose if I want to electrify fluid mining drills, I should pick up the electrified, electric fluid mining drills. $41, that should probably be enough to do a good electrification. There we go. Trying to think about what else I want to grab before I run off to start building things. You take in refined concrete, yes. Or you take in concrete and spit out refined concrete. I think I'm going to slowly try to upgrade everything to refined given time and opportunity. So we're going to set up a chest here with a bunch of concrete as a way to proactively dispose of the concrete. I suppose reduce the cost of refining it. Where's my advanced foundries? Because I want to do some electrification while I'm out there. Stone furnaces. and past it. Up to 998. Okay, set up a new stone mine. Still got to get the various fluid outputs hooked up with trains, but at least the tanks will buffer a bit in the meantime, yeah? Oh, there it is. 20 of those. Let's trade 1 for 1 with stone furnaces. I don't need to bring coal out to them, which is useful. Although in a lot of cases they may be, at this point, becoming very temporary solutions, because I might be moving on to casting soon. Like, that's what this is. This is cast steel. Casting steel, which would be nice. Okay, so I already electrified the furnaces here. We had not electrified the drills. Okay. I realize I'm getting a little low on power. Power poles. Okay, that's all I can electrify for the moment. And I'm apparently not using enough of, what is this? Is this the zinc? Apparently not using enough zinc. There may have been a reason why this is the last one I went to electrify. So that is not fully electrified, but it's a start. I'm gonna go put these fluid mining drills as feed to the electric mining drill setup. Setup legitimately does not need that many. Okay. Grab 3 of those. You can see a lot of the things down here struggling with the shortage of small parts. The halving of the halving of the halving of the halving is going a little bit far at this point. Now there we are at the point where we're getting some basic oxygen furnaces. So it's slowly starting to catch up. Here's some secondary crushers. Not need any more botanical nurseries anytime soon. Coming up to check on one of the old copper mines. See how badly it's depleting the mine. Okay, so it's not running at full speed. At least. Get pulled and replaced. That's actually a question. How much do I need for a whole belt at this point? That may have changed. I don't have that hidden here. Okay, sorry. Copper ore. 15. Electric mining drill. 6.2. Yeah, so I still really want 4%, I suppose. Or I need to lane balance it. So those 3 belts should all be running at speed, and then I need one more. establish full sort of functionality of the mine here. I should probably get at some point gonna run upgrade to tier 2. Still running on the old tier 1 recipe. So I can look at what that would look like. Oh, that's probably so old that it needs to be refreshed. No, that's not that old. Okay. So we'll duplicate you, and then we will change the recipe. Oops. Toggle delete. So obviously that one wants to get sorted. Here we go. So that'll get me a half a belt of copper or half a belt of stone. That would be the same functionality, although honestly we probably would want to sell this at this point to say, hey, give me a whole belt. Which isn't that much more, although that is actually more than that. Or is it more than that? 6 times... well, 8 times 4 is 32, so... assuming the belts would handle it, the belts wouldn't. The belts, belts only give me 60, so actually... so I do divide by... divided by 5 times by 4. So that would work. Okay. Yeah, so that would be the reason we went upgrade it from tier 1 to tier 2. Tier 1's giving me 7.5, tier 2 would give me 12. It would require 36 automated screeners, 17 jaw crushers. And obviously require a whole lot less foundries. So I'll have to come back around at some point and do that. Let's go check on the iron mine. Some sort of logic. Well, that one's in tier 2, so it's probably going to complete the mine slower. Actually, what's the best way to run over there? Back to the main trunk and over here. There's a... this is the current steel setup. I'd like to swap that over to casting at some point. This metal mine struggling with actually having enough fuel. It's running off of liquid fuel at the moment. Oh, and the stone mines here are having struggle. It's starting to deplete some of its mines. Well, it looks like due to bias on the pull. Riptid998 said I did it. I finally got my another Mark II Varrock. Time to get them breeding. Oops, my train stopped clogged with biocrud. Well, that's the struggle with playing with spoilage on, I suppose. And this mine's going to start to spool down, it looks like, as we start to run out of mining spots. Or run lower in mining spots. I may want to swap this over to casting at some point instead of using the gas furnaces. Or even just electrify the furnaces. It would slow them down, I'd have to have more furnaces, but I'd get some more iron out of them at least, because there's not enough condensates down here, let's just say. Not enough condensates. Which is a little interesting, because there is, in theory, enough condensates being supplied. If there is enough kerogen being supplied, just means there's not enough kerogen being supplied. The OG stone mine is handling better than the newer one. Although the OG one is also, I think it's running secondary to the newer one. Is what might be going on there, and it's very backed up. Because again, I don't use stone fast enough. And that's a bit of a shame, but we're just going to accept that one's gone. That'll reduce the effectiveness going into these a little bit, but I think this is iron mine number 2. Iron mine number 1's been empty for a long time. Oh, copper mine number 2 is still running on the old coal. Let's look up burner drills down here. Probably is worth electrifying that entirely. Cryptid998 saying, ah, the old coal octopus, yeah. So you're coming from over here. I think it's time for that to drain out, so we're just going to cut the line and let it slowly drain. Okay, so I can, when I decide it's time to swap it over to, fully swap it over to copper, I can run both sides. Because we've got this inserter here that'll keep the copper from going down the ash line. Yeah, that'll keep it from going down the ash line. It's gonna take a while for it to drain all the way out, but should, at given time, drain. Okay, I don't need these steam engines anymore, so go away. I may need that steam line, but we'll take the engines out of it. Yeah, I'm picking up a bunch of coal this way, which isn't necessarily the ideal way to do it, but it's part of the reason I disconnected them, so I wouldn't necessarily have to pick all this coal up, but I'm impatient. Okay, full on coal. Oh, before I forget, I should run the power line, because we're going to need power down there. I'm electrifying it. I need to bring the power. Oh, there's not enough copper demand also to get all the copper out, so the system's not draining perfectly. Full on coal. Let's expose the rest of the mining area so I can get the electric miners in. And feed their product into the old stone furnace stacks to try to burn some of the coal. Because the one thing I don't want to drag back with me is the coal. Five stacks. I think we're only going to realistically make 4 stacks out of this, but okay. Here we go. So that should gently extract the rest of the field here. And in the short term, we'll get some of these printer stacks running again. To help you, let me use up some of the coal here. Okay, so how many mines do I have here? 22. So 22 is a little short. Although in theory that's more foundries than I have. Unless I'm doing sorting and crushing, okay. Inefficiency. 25 feeds 77. And I have 22. I have 20 in total. Yeah, I'll set this stack up. Because I know that's what it's going to want when we're electrified. I don't want to fully upgrade it, but for the moment, obviously, we don't have that. So that's 12, so that's 6 aside. as we run out of coal, we'll redirect the copper to that setup. That's a mess. That's a mess waiting to happen. I think it stopped it from doing a mess. I'm not gonna wait for it all to burn. And then back to the boilers nearby and fill the boilers with coal. Yep. Be converted into steam. Stop being my problem. Let's see if I can go find 30. Well, find and/or make 36 automated screeners and 18 crushers. We'll go ahead and properly electrify and update copper mine number 12, or not 12, copper mine number 2. We'll probably should do that to copper mine number 3 as well, but we're going to do number 2. We might think about number 3 in the next stream. Crusher-wise, I need 18. Easy to pick up. Here's 20, so I'll put 2 back. There we go. Now, the automated screeners, I have a suspicion I'm not going to have enough pre-made, so I'm going to have to make more. I have 10. That will conveniently make a few of them for me. I think I'd have made these small parts for something else, but I'm going to throw them in here to make it a little bit faster. Okay, I'm up to 19, I need 36. So that means I need to make another 17. Seventeen times 20 is 340. Okay, should be enough electric circuits. Enough simple circuit boards. It's a lot of steel plate. A lot of iron plate as well. 19. I've grabbed a few too many of those. Got 7 queued up. Got 20 made. Another 9 to go. $11 queued up. That brings us up to 32. 4 more to go. Yeah, could definitely do with some cast steel. Or 10, 14, 36. Okay, so that's enough. Okay, arriving on the scene. So it's 12, 18 crushers plus 36 of you. Crushers are crushing the grade 1. Okay. A plus B is more than a belt, so I do need to run them on different belts. Belt 1 should work. 1, 2, 3. Is the input? Input's a belt, okay. Okay, I can actually do this with one belt in, one. Well, I suppose it's still 2 belts out. 3, 6, 8, 9. But rather, we're going to put the output belts are going to be outside, and I'm going to filter sort them before I merge them. Three over 3, so it's 0.66 a second, so it's 1 inserter to load. And it's actually going to be 2 to unload. Okay, now you sort out the sorters. It's going to be a little more complicated because that's, you know, more of them. 36 of them, they output... Well, they output a lot, to be fair. Oh, and they also take in 4 belts. Take in 4 belts, so I should split them into 4 acceptors, and... means I'm going to have 4 belts. Let's say 4 belts in, 4 belts out. I got to merge and split. Yeah, merge and split. Okay. we'll run out of fuel, which is actually at the moment a little annoying because that means I've got a bunch of copper ore I gotta deposit somewhere. Clean it all up. Okay, so splitting 36 into 4. So that's 9 each. Bit of an awkward number, but I can work with that. Okay, so you output 3 every 3 seconds. So that's 1 a second, so I actually need 2 to unload. Then loading is actually quite a bit. Although I think it's like 4. Say it's 4. welcome YouTube highlights. We've just made Copper Grade 2 for the first time. Surprised it didn't also say Copper Grade 1, but we made both of them at the same time, technically. We'll have you back in a highlight when I finish this build-up, which is probably where we'll bring the stream and the highlights video to a close. So, catch you all in a moment. And if you're watching Twitch, Team RB, wow, epic stream today. We'll have to head out. Thanks for the stream and have a good night. Well, I hope you have a good day. As soon as I finish this build, I'm probably going to bring the stream to a close. But yeah, it's been a bit of a long stream, but it's because I get carried away with building things, apparently. And there's so much I need to sort of optimize, but that'll have to be for the next Factorio stream at this point. We are going to still finish this out, though. Got 4 more of those to build. Work, I might have to be very, without going to get more splitters, I might have to be very cautious about using splitters here. Well, I still won't have enough splitters. We can do with what we have for the moment. Grade 1. So now I need to swap this to the correct recipe. Choose that one. These for most of them for the moment. Leave it on the old copper one for a moment, just to get some of these copper consumed. Oh, actually, I can go to the sorter instead. Do that. There we go. Okay, so I'm like 3 splitters short from having this, from making this buildable the way I want. When the power pulls up and go grab the splitters for this, and we should be good to go. Although, arguably, in a way, I should already be good to go, because it's running at half speed, which is more than it was running at before, so... Oh, I need to sort out the stone line before that becomes a problem. Oh, it's 2 to load these, and I only got 1 loading. In fact, it's more than 2, isn't it? It's 2 to unload. Reptid998 says, okay, Mark II Varrocs are steadily breeding, so now time to set up disposal system for the excess animal parts. That's one way to handle the Mark 1s you're getting rid of. Okay, I need 4 in, 2 out. Okay. And then once that works, I can set up a new latex build to take advantage of the formic acid I'll be getting. Then scale up rubber, and then finally I can get logistics science running at a reasonable speed. Well, it depends upon what you describe as a reasonable speed. You probably could have had logistics science running at a reasonable speed even without that, but it'd be very large, probably. Where do I want the stone to go? I barely use any stone over here, but I do use some. Do I want it going to the places where I use it? I think the answer is no. I guess I don't think I use enough. Don't know if that was a load-bearing power line, but hopefully it wasn't. Or if it was, I've plugged it back in again. Moved it a bit. As far as my current existing belts will go. So let me go grab what I need to make a couple splitters. That's probably all I need to make a couple hand splitters. And we'll go fetch belts. And we'll finish that build, and then I need to remember to run that coal line, or that stone line somewhere useful. Otherwise, this will be a very temporary copper supply. Oh, and underground as well. Science isn't moving, I think because it probably needs, like, small parts or something. Go ahead and fed science setup. We'll have to do some hand feeding next time to actually get steel. Cast steel. That's, I think, a definitely good thing to get. Copper not flowing to copper flowing better than ever. And here comes the stone with it. Let me start the stone line first. Then we'll come back and do build a view and bring the stream and the recording to a close. Copper and stone. I think we're even using less power in some way. Well, that could be explained by something backed up, broken. Who knows? Who knows what the source of that problem is? Less power being consumed may not be a good thing, it may be a bad thing as well, right? It could be something jammed, and now I'm not using the power. Yeah, I don't think that setup's consuming enough saline water for my needs. Honestly, I think I'm still making way too much stone. So this, while this will provide more copper, it will only provide more copper if, you know, I figure out what I'm doing with the stone. And the answer to what I'm doing with the stone is probably not enough. Okay, a temporary solution to a probably not temporary problem. I just need to get it cast copper, right? That'll make everything better. Which I think is this tech. I should probably do that before drill heads. At least before organic solvents. Okay. 2 to copper 3 and rejects. Cotton rejects. Becomes copper 3 in gravel. Copper 3 becomes a copper 4 and low-grade copper rejects. Low-grade copper rejects I can at least turn into copper plate in a furnace. And the rest goes into the casting machine. Okay. Okay. If editor me in the future has done his job right, we've brought in the YouTube highlights. So if you're watching the YouTube highlights, you saw the earlier phase of this. So this is our second copper mine that we've gone ahead and, well, it was beginning to shrink quite a bit. So we've upgraded it to electric mining drills, and we've upgraded it to what I would refer to as Tier 2 copper. So we're taking the copper, and we're running them through automated screeners to make grade 1 and grade 2. That we then go ahead and filter sort. You get the grade 1 and 2 separate. And same sort of thing over here, although that reminds me, I have yet to run this little bit of belt in. Goes up there. Yeah, so we've filter sorted grade 1 and grade 2. Grade 2 is immediately castable as plates, but grade 1 needs to be crushed to become grade 2 and stone. So much like Tier 2 iron, Tier 2 copper is half copper, half stone product. So for every copper plate, we make a stone that I got to deal with. But as a side effect, we can go from something that's going to produce 7.5 copper per second with a lot more furnaces. I was not running that many furnaces in practice, but with the electric drills, we would have got that much out if I made that many furnaces. To something that provides 12 with 12 foundries, 18 jaw crushers, 36 automated screeners. We're probably slightly underproducing because I don't think I have 25 drills down there. This is a mine that is good enough for now, but is probably going to slowly decline. Although I say that there, it's keeping up. Oh, actually, no, we had it jammed over here. It'll catch up over time, but yeah. In theory, this is not going to technically support the entire mine here, but yeah. So that's supposed to be 25. That's not going to be 25. That's not actually 25. But that's supporting 36 screeners and 18 crushers to support 12 electric furnaces. And that's the build review here that we're going to end off the stream and the run on, or the run for day on. So if you're watching this in the highlights video, this one I am going to go ahead, when we're doing the highlights for this part, this is going to be released as a highlights video on YouTube, so and that's going to get posted to Reddit. So if you're watching this on Reddit or from Reddit, I hope you've enjoyed the highlights video. We do have some logistics science, although it's hand-fed, and I haven't been, well, the entire time I've been working on this, I haven't been hand-feeding it, so it's kind of got stuck. And I suppose the moment I get that done, we're doing steel, and then I'm probably going to research the copper and Then I'm going to have Tier 3, and I should probably upgrade this right away to Tier 3. Or I might go do Copper Mine 3. I might upgrade Copper Mine 3 to Tier 3 first, because that will also add more stone. Tier 3 does, because it starts off with the same recipe. Copper 1 becoming, or copper ore becoming copper 1 and copper 2. Then it feeds into copper processing here, so we'll still have some stone. But you get more plate per stone because it's cast copper at that point. It's a good place to be. I'm going to go over the Twitch streaming schedule here because of how soon this highlights should go live at this point. There should be stuff coming up in the schedule. So today was Factorio Pyanodons Mod. Obviously, Factorio Pyanodons on. Tomorrow, which will be the 27th, is going to be Shadow Empire. In our computer, it needs its robot army. Hopefully, we already got the computer. Hopefully, we will actually have the robot army next stream. Maybe. But that is tomorrow's is going to be the computer. If not, hopefully we'll have it by next Thursday. Monday is going to be Solar Expanse. We're trying to finish up Terraforming Mars and moving on to Luna and Mercury. Tuesday is going to be the continuation of Cultist Simulator. We've discovered what we need to do to go to the Stag Door. Spoilers if you don't know what the Stag Door is. Although we had our Temptation pulled the card we needed for it in the middle of doing it, so we'll have to go do that again. That's probably what we're going to be doing fairly early on Tuesday. And then we'll be back to Factorio on Wednesday. Today's the 22nd. I got my days shifted. So Factorio was today. Shadow Empire tomorrow is going to be the 23rd. Solar Expanse 24th. Cultist Simulator 25th, and we'll be back in Factorio on the 26th. If you're watching this in the highlights, this should go live before the 26th. And then if everything's going according to plan, we'll probably cycle through those 4 games again the day after, the 4 days after that as well, unless we finish a game. So Solar Expanse is getting relatively close to being done. Probably isn't going to be done on Monday, so it'll probably get cycled again. It's my first time playing Cultist Simulator, so I may be very wrong, and I think it's going to probably take 3 streams, Cultist Simulator. But yeah, I think it will go for another round as well. So that's the upcoming 8-day stream schedule. At this point, I am recognizing that I have a little over a month before I'm going to be away traveling again, so I'm going to start recording ahead so that I have content for YouTube while I am out. As part of that, I think we are going to do one more highlights video before I travel. But when that highlights video gets made, it's probably going to be when I go on hiatus sort of for Factorio Pyanodons Mod. So we're going to record probably about 4 more days at the current rate. So there'll be about like another 32 hours unedited, which will probably get edited down to 30 minutes for the highlights video. So if you're watching this on the highlights video, you can expect there to be one more highlights video before I'm going to take a break, because I'll be traveling for about 2 to 3 weeks. But we'll probably play Factorio first thing when we get back from traveling. Probably the big first stream coming back. Everything else we're streaming, as a side effect, I'm extending sort of the 4-hour normal stream schedule, or 4-part normal stream schedule to a 5-part. So every day we stream something, we effectively get 1 part ahead. And then so over the next month or so, I can get 2 to 3 weeks ahead is the plan. Part of doing that with dropping Factorio is Factorio, because I'm doing highlights on it, not something I can necessarily move ahead like I do everything else. So we're probably going to put that on hiatus a little bit earlier than the rest, just to help get the other ones farther ahead. And yeah, that's the upcoming schedule for Twitch, and I suppose introducing sort of the scheduling for YouTube if you're watching the highlights here, and for Reddit if you're watching this on highlights. So yeah, I hope everyone has been enjoying. I'm going to go ahead and... one thing I'm also going to try out in this one for the unedited people, I'm going to try exporting it from Twitch. If you're watching this on YouTube, the unedited version, it's possibly going to be the Twitch version. And I'm going to try to raid someone else. If you're watching on Twitch and you want to continue to see Factorio, we're going to go try to raid someone. So with that, I'm going to wish everyone who's watching a recorded version the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and or stream. And bye for now. Okay, so I just stopped the local recording. So if that ends up being the YouTube recording, that ends up being the YouTube recording. We're going to save here, and I'm going to go try to find someone who's playing Factorio that we can go raid. And potentially Pyanodons if we can. Well, there are people who raid or run Pyanodons, but whether they're running them at this time of the morning is a different question. I'm scrolling through the list if you're wondering. Also, if you're watching on Twitch and you've got a comment you want responded to, now's a good time to leave it. I'll try to respond to it before we get the raid going. In fact, let me refresh the chat to make sure I'm not missing anyone's comments before I do that. I have found someone else who is playing Pi. In fact, I think we've raided them before, so we're going to go raid him again. Okay, so it looks like there's no comments since Reptid said, and then I can finally get my logistics science running at a reasonable speed. So with that, I am going to go ahead and raid. We're going to go raid Get Your Cheese On again. So let's stream up.